I'll pack my bra.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome in. How are you all doing? I hope you're doing well. I just realized that there is a sound that I'm hearing right now, and I'm going to have to figure out... Yeah, there's a sound going on right now. It's I know exactly what it is. It's audio coming from Roll20, but not our Roll20, but the Roll20 from the show I was in, Aether's Walkway, earlier this morning. It is happening somewhere. You're just going to have to hear this pleasant music. For a moment. How are you all doing, everyone? I hope everyone in chat is doing really well. Welcome into episode 5 of City of Light and Shadow, our Fate French Resistance campaign, and I'm so excited to have you all here. Hey, everybody. Yeah, Coldrake said something, and I feel like Coldrake is calling me out right now. Coldrake is like, oh, Trooper has a tab open, and, you know, maybe I do have 100 tabs open. It's very unclear right now what's going on. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I'm so happy to see you all. It's lovely. I'm happy to have you here. We were all, by the time, behind the scenes, we were talking aspects is what we were doing. We were talking aspects because our crew has gone through quite a few changes, and you know, changes that they're going to have to deal with, and I'm really excited to see how they take this as opportunity.
Change. Okay, sorry.
Time to make the changes. So this is a campaign using Fate, Fate Condensed. It is a French resistance campaign about a group of complicated, dedicated agents trying to survive occupied France and make a difference. And we started at the very close to the beginning of the occupation, and we are going to time skip today to finish. We planned a time skip of like 3 months, and we kind of got stuck in the middle of the time skip, but we're gonna finish it real soon.
Stuck. Trooper calls that time stuck, y'all. Last time I checked, we had to pack our shit and move.
Yeah. But you know how it is
call
when you
the
move?
moving services,
Yes, yeah.
like they were late. They said their time was going to be between like noon and 5. They actually came at 7. Like it was real awkward for everyone.
Yeah, it was terrible. But so this show is special to me, and I know it's special to the crew, and so I want to say thank you all for being here. I want to thank everyone who is watching us live right now, of which there are, according to my records, 5,000 billion of you watching live, which is pretty awesome. But you know, if you wanted to retweet our live tweet to get more of your friends in, then we might have more people watching the show than there are people on the planet, which means we have aliens watching, which I think is pretty good. So
it's maybe they'll think this is history.
Yeah,
that's fine, because I like alien watching. You know, like you go to the park, you look up in the sky.
Don't say that. They're listening, yo. Where's your tin hat? It's over. They're coming for you.
All right. Well, you know what? I haven't.
It's
smoked in a-
2020 and
I haven't smoked
AI.
in a minute, but I'm gonna need to.
Halfway through the episode, he's just gonna be gone. He's gonna be gone.
I'm just gonna. If you guys just see me just muppet my way out of here, then
Yes, 9 out of 10 aliens approve this.
This stream. And if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. And if you'd like it, give it a like on the YouTube. There's like apparently there's an algorithm thing, and I don't think it matters, but hey, do it anyway. Tell your friends and retweet, share. If you want to support this show in other ways, you can. You can give us tips and bits if you like. There's a button for it somewhere, and we will read out all of those tips and bits messages at our halftime and at the end. You can also, if you wanted to, you could also join our Patreon. We have a Patreon for the show where I give you all a message, let you know how it's going on. It's pretty mellow. Hang out. It goes to help pay the cast, and which is good because I don't know if you noticed, but people do all sorts of cosplay. They're buying stuff. They're thinking about things. They're staying up till 4 a.m, stressing out about how I'm going to murder and torture their characters. And then I do, and then they need compensation for that. And so this helps them pay their therapy bills after all I've done for them. Speaking of which, by the way, we do use 3 different safety mechanisms for this show.
quite literally, it does
Keep
pay
up
for
with
my therapy. I mean, it's just right there,
It's
right
right
at
there.
that good mark.
Yep.
So
Mine,
Thank you.
I buy cat food with mine.
Oh, and Grace
this
is
is
really
Also
adorable.
making our fur babies happen.
yeah, I think this paid for. This will definitely pay for Glitch's my puppy's
Aw.
puppy food. So
And I think for Greg, it pays for the assassin training that he
feeding
has.
the fur children. Yeah.
Gold chains and jet skis. That's
Nice.
it.
Nice. And for Fox, it
Must be
pays
some
for
really tiny jet skis.
it pays for the little hat on top of the bird behind her right now, because that bird needs a special little bowler hat, and those bowler hats are expensive. I don't, just
I love that. I have never noticed that bird was wearing a hat.
Yeah, as it happens, I happen to have this bird-sized bowler hat.
I have to put my glasses on for that one.
Yeah, you do, because it's pretty amazing.
Oh my god! Oh my word! And it's like it's practical.
Yeah.
It's a practical
It is.
hat.
It keeps the rain and the elements off of my bird's head.
I can't decide if the bird looks like a private investigator or like Frank Sinatra.
Both.
Oh.
Like from
Why not both?
Why not? Yeah,
Could be
why
both.
not a
Rooting
singing
for
private?
Sinatra, are we ready for that?
Hey, all right.
Pixar.
Wrong.
Pixar's on line 1. Everybody, hold on.
Yeah, Pixar. Here's my pitch. It's Frank Sinatra, Scooby Doo. Let's go.
But it's not the Rat Pack; it's the Bird Pack, and it's all the Rat Pack with their birds.
I'm game for that. It wasn't on Animaniacs.
Maybe.
Yeah, the pigeons, the Godfather pigeons.
So I think that's all. Again,
Here we are.
Patreon tips, bits, channel points. You can't give them this week, but you can give them next week, because we're in that sort of rebuilding moment where they're sort of getting themselves built back up. So they do not have any extra fate points from the group, but they can always get them through compels, self-compels, lots of compels. It's good, but they'll be getting some next time. Oh, actually, next time they won't be getting full because it's duo episodes next week. So exciting. I think I did everything. So let's just introduce our people, because I feel like I have nothing else to say about that. Why don't we have everybody introduce who you are playing, and I have to write this down. What do you plan on doing as part of this flower shop? What will be your responsibilities in the flower shop? And you might respond, I'm just drinking Mai Tais. Like, whatever your answer is. I don't know. But let's start with Rocket Fox.
Once I find my mute button, yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Rocket Fox, and I am playing tragically the late Sylvie Moreau, who so sadly passed in Berlin to an explosion. Oh no! And every German ever, for the rest of time, thinks that she's dead, and no one at all, Trooper, anywhere thinks that she is alive anymore. Oh, so sad, so sad.
That's weird that you think that, but go on.
But anyway, yeah, but she at one point in time was the person who owned Bricktops and was running the place, jazz singer, all of that. But now she's between jobs, as it were. And what I think she would be doing in the flower shop mostly would be as much interacting with people as possible, which probably is not going to help the being dead part of it.
Well,
but,
you've got your disguise.
Yeah. The old Sylvie had dark hair. The new Sylvie has blonde hair. It's like Clark Kent in his glasses.
Yeah.
No one can see past that. But yeah, so she would be doing that, working with people. But I think she would also be trying her hand at putting the flower arrangements together, because a little bit of creative outlet. She can't really sing in front of people anymore, so she's got to do something creative.
By the way, that will be artisan, just so you know.
I will make a note of that.
Just make a note of it.
I will do this.
Some flower arrangements, And Stiver. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your job going to be at this new flower shop? Oh, by the way, chat, we're going to talk about their new cover.
Let me get ready for this. Hello, everybody. My name is James Stiver. It is very nice to meet you. You can find me at all things I am Stiver. Sorry, I just want to try that voice out. I'm coming back into just normal James voice mode. What is normal voice James mode? No, I play Tango, your roguish, SOE trained. He's just this he's this guy who's gone through a lot. Now he's an expected father. Yeah. So what he's going to be doing at the flower shop, I think, is making deliveries face to face. So I think we've already proven that he's great with this when he moved furniture. So obviously, taking that success, he's a very social guy, and I think that he's just a great face for all this. So if there's delivering flowers, or if there's the guy who's there, just arranging them and like helping the arrangements and all that stuff. But he's the guy he's a delivery man through and through. Just
well, I mean, you were a smuggler for a while, so I mean,
oh yeah, and so that gives him a perfect excuse to hide things and find information and do all that good jazz and sweet talk people and distract them as maybe you're planting bugs somewhere. I don't know, like that's his job.
Okay,
I think he's perfect for it. I think it suits him like a glove, and I think that when this is all said and done, that's what he wants to do with his life.
So there was this TV show, real quick, called something. It was a British reality show, Faking It, where they would take somebody and they would like basically train them for 3 weeks intensive training to try to be something else. And they'd have to, at the end of the month, they'd have to pass themselves off as that thing. And it was always like, what, you do something cheeky where like, oh, like you're like the sort of upper class British Oxford student guy who has to pass himself off as like an East End bouncer, or you're like the hot dog vendor salesman who has to pass himself off as a chef, et cetera, et cetera. And I just feel like you just like walked into an episode of Faking It where they're like, you have to like pass yourself off as like a delivery driver. And at the end of the month, you're like, wait, I just had like a personal revelation. I love being a delivery driver. I'm going to leave my job as like an accountant to become a delivery driver.
I mean, he's going to say that, and then he's like, nah, I'm just going to be a mafia boss. There's a lot more money in mafia.
It's true. Actually, there is. All right. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And what do you think your responsibilities will be in this flower shop, if any?
Right. Greg, I'm playing Oscar. Oscar can kill, dance, and drive. So one of those three.
So you're going to be killing it at the flower arrangements. You're going to be driving the flower arrangements to the place. And when you get to the party, you're going to dance around questions of your flower arrangements.
Or I could go pick up the flowers at the gardens where they are and drive them in.
That's also
if I wanted to be, and I could kill the people along the way just to make sure I'm checking boxes.
you just run them over. You're like, so we're going to be playing GTA 5, the Flower Edition, and I'm just going to run over people. It'll be great. And Little Red Dot. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what is Regina's job, as far as she knows?
Okay, well, I'm Little Red Dot. You can just go search that. Well, don't actually. You'll probably pull up a bunch of stuff on Shanghai. I'm Little Red Dot. You should probably
Underscores.
have like TTRPG or something behind it because that's what I do a lot of. Which is why I'm here playing this awesome game where I play Regina, who is our kind of idealistic German. She's patriotic, but in the kind of anti-Nazi way. She has recently She is overcoming her own fears of leadership and trying to be better for these people after some recent events, and so she's coping with that. Which means she's under a new identity, yeah. So I think she probably under her new identity, which is French. She is Simone Bon. She probably mans the counter. She's the flower girl that takes your orders and puts in the register. Yeah.
And I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM for this crew. I don't know what else to tell you about that one. That's what I do. Our crew currently has 2 group fate points, which I will just indicate that for you all. And I'll make sure that you can all see their sad fate points at the moment. So when we last left off, it was in November. We were sort of like November 5th, 6th, around there. And they had a couple of things to deal with. They had to deal with finding a new place, and they've been spending some time trying to sort of establish new places, which takes a lot of work. They did a reverse heist, hoping to see that this will come to fruition, and we will see. They were like, we're going to just plant some evidence, forged evidence, really actually just copies, not, they are forgeries, but, let our military intelligence contact know about this, set up sort of meetings, get everything ready, hoping that will cause some trouble, and trying to lay low while they build their own spaces. I need, however, from you all, a roll is what I need. I need a roll. This will take place in November so that, because Bricktops currently has a consequence on it as an organization, and that consequence came from, the badness, and that is that you are persona non grata, right? So that you've had all of your, basically you're all kind of wanted in these ways, and you've got a lot of trouble with all of your paperwork. And that is a 4 consequence. So to get over it, you're going to have 2 choices. You have to put things in recovery. Whenever you have a consequence, they have to go in recovery. And then once they go into recovery, after a certain amount of time, then they will clear. And I will let you put this in recovery at the beginning of November. So it's a moderate, takes 2 months to clear completely. So this will still be a bit of a problem for you all. But you need to roll to overcome this, to put this in recovery. And the question is, how do you want to do that? You have 2 options. Option 1, you have your organization roll to try and get over this problem, which would be a difficulty of 4 with the skills that you have as your faction. Or one of you as individuals can try to fix a problem for your larger organization, which would be a +4 difficulty, so that would be an 8. So either an individual does 8 with your skills, which may be higher depending on what you're dealing with, or you go with your faction doing it with a difficulty of 4. And to recover the fact that you've got a whole bunch of organizational administrative stuff that's got you badness, you could do undermine. That could work. Undermine could be a way to sort of basically try to get people to lose paperwork. You know what I mean? Like that would be a way to sort of put that in recovery. I feel like that would probably be the best one, right? To sort of try to get over that. Or resources, if you were, instead of like having people lose paperwork in that way, you are bribing people, right? So it's like, I would say that's if you want to do that as an org. But you also have personal things if somebody wanted to try to hit an 8.
I mean, would that also be under resources? Like if our new paperwork was real good.
I suppose the question, because it's not about your new paperwork, it's about your old paperwork that is out there and people are, looking at you. So the question is, how would you get over the fact that people are looking for you, right? You're wanted. People are looking for you. You've got some files at the police station, at the embassy that are not files you want there, that are causing you some trouble. So the question is, how would you go about, if you want to do that individually rather than organizationally, how would you go about trying to get that to be less of a problem? And there are multiple approaches you could take, right? You could either do it through context or resources. Both of those things are things that would be clearly possible, doable things as individuals. Those things would be doable. What else would you do as people? I feel like resources or contacts is probably best. But
there's no way. I have nothing that's going to reach an 8. I can't. There's no way I have a skill for Regina anyway, so there's no way I would want to roll as an individual. I think we're better off rolling as a faction.
Yeah, I don't know that I could.
Yeah, let's do faction.
Mm-hmm. All right,
That's my vote. Anyways, Greg could overrule me because he counts as 2 tangos.
I don't.
But wait. Doesn't it take 2 to tango?
That's what I mean. Yeah, go for it, Greg.
This is above my pay grade. No.
And I'm going to point out that you also have some aspects that you have generated that could be helpful for that, if you're for your role.
Do we have faction aspects?
Mm-hmm. I think so basically, okay, to summarize, the easiest thing that it only requires a 4 if we roll as a faction. We only have to get to a 4 if we roll as a faction. Right now, our undermine is at a +2. We can try to undermine the documents by basically either removing them or trying to report us as dead so they're not looking for us anymore or something. Like, we basically undermine the internal system. And then we only have to make a 4 versus if Regina, wanted to do something individually, it would require me to do an 8, which is like an impossibility for this role specifically.
Well, I think, yeah, so because even the best thing you can do is at a +4.
Mm-hmm. But you also have fate points.
So I imagine that we're at least going to have to spend 1 fate point to put this in recovery.
Except that I will note that Bricktops has out of sight, out of mind as an advantage with a free invoke on it, and 2 free invokes in those legendary identification papers.
Legendary.
I mean, I feel like out of sight, out of mind would.
We should roll undermine. Who wants to press the button?
Press the button.
I think we should roll undermine.
No, I agree. I think undermine is the way to go. Does anybody want to do it? I have it here. I can do it.
Do it.
Hit it. Do
I
it.
believe in you. I believe in you.
Oh my god. Oh. First roll of the
You
night.
need a 4.
Hey!
Now,
3.
And you said we had 1 free invoke on out of sight, out of mind because we've been laying low for a while.
That is correct.
I mean, that seems like one that would go with this because this is literally what we've been laying low. We want to be out of sight, out of mind.
Yep, I think that's ideal. Thoughts, gents?
And that means we beat 4 by 1.
very ideal.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I think
we're sold. And never think about it again.
So here's the thing. It's going to take about 2 months for all this to really clear itself out.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it in
I have, yes, please. Thank you.
Dead, right? We dead.
Well, you tell me. It's going to take you about 2 months, right? To basically get through this, work through the process that the German embassy has you on a bunch of lists.
Or do we want it to be more missing in action, and that way we can always come back later and
it's up to you.
Use our identities like we wanted to. Well, even if we're dead, whatever. If the Nazis leave, we can say, all right, well, there's a new regime in town, so they don't care.
I mean,
we're still actually alive,
for Regina, it was a cover in Regina Berger, who is. I would love for her papers to just be dead. Like, that identity needs to go away for Regina and not be tied to her anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Sylvie and Oscar were reported as dead, so they need. I feel like it would be best for them to remain dead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So dead it is.
Is there any way for Oscar to be dead twice?
Double dead?
No. I'm not being smart. I mean, they were reported dead out of Berlin, but then he talked to Berlin and they said you need to come back.
Yeah.
If he could be reported as potentially either being KIA or missing or.
Yeah. Well, that's what this undermine is for, right? So yes, so I want to know what
Okay.
you all want out of this, because basically the situation is there's a list. People are wanted, like anybody who's worked at that club, except for, if I remember, I've told you, except for Luke, who is not on that list, which the list came out of the police department. So
Right.
the police department gave this whole list of all the people they wanted to get access to, who they wanted to ask questions for, which included everybody but not Luke. And there might have been like one or two musicians they didn't catch, but anybody who was sort of like listed as an official worker there was on that list, except for Luke. And you also know that all the people who are not native French people, your visas have been revoked. So it's like basically like, and then all your assets have been seized, right? So there's like a bunch of stuff that has happened. And I would like to know what you want the records to say about you all and what you all did to have this happen, right? Because you've got like time to work on this process, right? This is like you didn't just like walk in one day to it. You've got feelers you can put out. You've got ways to do this. I just am interested in how you all would go about sort of trying to get some of these things out of the way.
How to do it, or what we want in
Both.
like what we want the result
Both.
to be. Okay.
Both.
Ooh.
I want to kind of know about, because this is a question I'm asking because I'm going to learn more about you all by asking this question. Like, what is it that you want?
To perform in Berlin,
Yeah.
and she went and she performed a piece that they didn't really like, and then she was tragically blown up as the house blew up.
Mm-hmm.
So sad. So sad.
That is official. How do you go about doing that? How do you go about doing that as a crew?
I'm thinking we have if we're gonna have records changed, let's think about it. Who do we have in either? Well, we need French police records need to be changed, and potentially military intelligence,
And maybe Gestapo, and also
Gestapo.
the embassy, the State Department, and the military administration of France. So it's like there's like a bunch of stuff all over. Like there's like death and birth records. There's ownership,
I think
etc.
Colette is our way into military intelligence. Colette just clears our records.
Yeah.
That's the easy reach there. That's like a low hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm.
I think we buy on Luke or Tango for some criminal resources to figure out the French police situation.
Mm-hmm.
I could say that Tango probably has a very, very good end with the with that because of his frenemy.
Point of order, the answer, it turns out, if you start looking, is no. But Sylvie does.
Oh,
There we go.
I was just gonna
Perfect.
say I am actually fairly close with the chief, and the thing is too, like, close enough that I think she does, because of the information he gave her, like that was very valuable and that helped a lot. So I think because of that, she would be willing to pass along some information,
Which means that you've exposed to him that you're not dead.
do it.
Which means you've exposed to him that you're not dead.
He would know. Yeah.
I'm just noting who knows what's important to me. So you basically, I just want to make this clear that Sylvie is willing to expose the fact that she's not dead, getting a kind of a secret meeting with this police officer, the new head of police, to sort of ask him for a favor to help clear those records.
I think that's up to Sylvie.
I'm just
I
asking.
think
I think she. No, I absolutely think.
Okay.
She
Okay.
would. Because again, like the last time they
Mhm.
met, he gave them foresight
Yeah.
and allowed them to save a lot of lives.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and that was real dangerous for him
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, and it still is, right?
And it still is. And so I think that, and I think during that meeting as well, like it would be like, hey, so if you want to meet up again, we'll be meeting up again. We'll have some information to your way.
Uh-huh.
And
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very valuable connection to have.
Mm-hmm.
So Tango, in your process of talking to your criminal contacts about seeing if you can, like, before Sylvie outs herself to the police chief of police, nobody else, I'm sure she does it in a way that like nobody else sees her, right? Like she probably maybe talks to him, but nobody recognizes her, and then she gives the word of who she is to the, right? So he knows what nobody else does. But I would say that before she has to do that, you probably try to work through your police contacts and what you would, through your criminal contacts. And what you would learn when you're chatting with your criminal contacts, Duke, the cleaners, etc., is that the previous chief of police Luke's dad, was an influenceable person when it comes to criminality. Was sort of not necessarily unfriendly to various criminal people. There were some questions about some of the things he had done way in the past. And so, dead Luke's dad was a person that they had contact with, and that maybe were he the current chief of police, they could have done a little bribes or pressuring and could have gotten some things wiped for you. He is not currently the chief of police. The current chief of police is somebody who also knows the criminal underworld, because a couple decades ago he was prosecuting some people, and has apparently he's not on the take. And he has sort of been some of the higher ups in the criminal world who are sort of over on, not aligned with your friends, but aligned with the Nazis, are people that he had been chasing in the 20s. And especially some people that you all have killed recently, like they had like a big history of him trying to get those two guys that you killed like 2 decades ago. And so he's fairly well known as being a somewhat clean cop, as it were. Like he's not in bed with the criminals, and so your criminal contacts
He's
could
not
have
on the
helped
take.
you. Yeah.
New guy is not on the take.
Yeah.
Old guy was.
Yeah. And so basically they couldn't have helped you get to him, but Sylvie could have gotten that one. So you've got Colette for MI, you've got Sylvie for the police, but you have other things.
Well, here's what I want out of Tango, because he's let's be real, he has a flair for the dramatic. So I think for him, I think it's perfect if actually he somehow lets it be known that he's dead through the mafia world. Like shoot out through the mafia world, that kind of thing, right? Because I forget the Gestapo, basically, like the Gestapo gangs who were after him. Like, because what if that night, because everyone else is being like in front and in faces, whatever, but Tango hasn't really been in anyone's face.
That's right. Yep.
So what if that night where everyone had a shootout, Oscar had a shootout with everyone, whatever, what if that night I planted the seed with everyone, that's when Tango died at the club. Tango died in a club with a mafia shootout, and that's mostly spreading rumors and such, because he's not actually well known through the Gestapo. He's not well known through the German intelligence, any of that stuff. So that would just kind of spread more of. That would get back to the Gestapo, which would get back to German intelligence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and of course that works really well because the bodies weren't found. Like clearly there was a big, huge shootout and a bunch of bodies were missing, but people know there was a shootout. Like certainly the people at the French Gestapo know there was a shootout because a bunch of people were killed, right? And some bodies are found, but some weren't. There's clearly some kind of, so I think that's a...
What I would do with that is I give out the information that, when you know the truth and you give just enough of the truth that everyone goes, oh, that makes perfect sense. These are all the people who were missing. And what that also does is it helps them out with the criminal in the world, where the criminal in the world right now thinks he's dead too. So they're not coming after him.
Well, some of the criminal in the world, imagine your connections.
My connections know I'm still fucking alive because saying, hey, spread these specific rumors. But it'd actually be helpful because the Gestapo version of who we're fighting in the past, like they will think I'm dead. Right.
And that will then, that way will get your information into the French Gestapo, which will then leak up into the Gestapo itself, that direction.
So that's my route. My route is shootout, death. And I would have painted the picture that it was over the top the way he died. Like Tommy gun, like shooting down like 30 dudes. Like he can't help himself. So it's going to be dramatic, like, a gangster death, like no other gang. Like every gangster dreams to have when they die.
It's Tango, so he was also saving 3 kittens.
Yes, right, yes.
Saving 3.
The only reason he died is he was shielding them with his body.
I was shielding 3 kittens and my lover, who was hanging off of me, like, oh no, like that was That was the way Tango died. It had to be very, very poetic, and there was probably art commissioned.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's certainly art, but we'll talk about that later. And so Regina, what about Regina Berger?
Okay, well, Regina Berger was a nobody French woman anyways, in terms of that identity. That was the point.
Did you want her killed? What did you want?
I do. I think Regina Berger needs to be dead, but it needs to be believable. Maybe she was deemed a traitor. What if she went down with, I don't know, the next group of, like, French citizens they round up?
Oh. So you want to have her basically listed on one of these sort of lists of people sort of shot, like as a hostage or whatnot? Like, it's just like maybe like a general roundup even?
Yeah, a general roundup. Regina gets found, right? Because I think she's in hiding. She gets found. Maybe it even satiates some of the looking for the rest of the Bricktops crew, because they mass murdered one of the waitress of this place who was a total traitor, blah, blah, blah. Because Regina Berger is actually just... she's fake. She don't matter. The important part of this, because it's easy to kill off Regina Berger. The hard part is bringing back Regina Krause.
Yeah.
So I think Regina spends actually more time. The goal here is to actually set up that Regina Krause has been here, has been established with her fiance, and that they have recently applied for his transfer and all of that. Like, right now she needs to live two very different lives. She needs to be Simone, who is this flower shop girl, and she needs to be Regina Krause, who everybody believes that she is, and better than she probably was the first time. She's gonna have to do better.
So how do you go about, as a group, right, establishing Regina Krause and also your husband here, right? Because you all need to sort of work on that, right?
Yeah, well, I imagine we slip a marriage license. We've got to slip a marriage license in somewhere. Maybe we elope to Paris, because remember, we definitely didn't get married in Germany. My dad said we ran.
That's right. You eloped.
We eloped. So maybe we have a French marriage license or something like that to like make it seem legit, like we've been here. So there's like a timeline.
You backdate it.
We backdate.
Probably make marriage licenses just for funsies for everyone in the group anyway. So,
I mean, you can easily get that forged, but from Tango, that's what he does.
Tango.
We can drop a marriage announcement in the whatever counts as the paper or whatever.
Because you have a paper friend. You have a friend who works at the newspaper.
Yeah, the woman who bakes at the newspaper. So maybe we make like a really public, because the whole point was like it was supposed to be quiet. We were on this like nobody bother us kind of honeymoon. We didn't want people to know where we were, and now we're kind of announcing like they're officially married. We're here. He's joining the propaganda arm. Here's his beautiful bride who's what was her father's recently dead. They've inherited probably an estate back in Germany. Like, all of that is pretty much legit, because it was, and that's what everybody, and I imagine her contacts back at home. So Regina does something like write a letter home. We're loving it here. We've applied for his transfer. We'll be home at the holidays. Like the whole nine of good German deception. So yeah, I think killing Regina Berger is easy. Bringing back Regina Krause is actually what she spends her time doing.
I'm going to ask a difficult question for you both. And that is, one of the things you're going to need to do to have that work is to deal with the German embassy, the State Department there, the German State Department. How do you go about, and you're doing this through undermining, so how do you go about getting the kind of, visa paperwork sort of, you've been here officially sort of backdated? How do you get, and Tango can forge it, like getting the paperwork is not a problem because he can forge.
It's getting it into the building.
Yeah, how do you do it? Because
it's their fault. We put this in months ago, and we can't believe we are high society people, and you have missed this.
Yeah.
I mean, who do we have to call to make sure somebody's head rolls?
That's right.
By the way, I'm writing all these. I'm taking notes on all of this because you have names that I'll have to give you later, right? Because that means
okay, great.
Because like when you complain, they're gonna they're gonna complain to someone, right? And then that means you're gonna know a little bit more about who's in the State Department, right? You're gonna know a little bit more about like it's the full Karen.
Pope just said the full Karen.
That is exactly.
Can I speak with your manager, please?
And here's the
I
thing.
can't wait for administration role play. This is new to me.
So here's
can we
the
just
thing,
stand in line and just go in IKEA? Like, is that what we're doing?
We go in IKEA, you never leave.
That actually matches her fiance's personality, which I'm sure Regina tells you all about, just like the worst kind of person. That uses blackmail against your bride's father to get her to marry you.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy he is. He's the kind of guy's like, hey, I want to marry your daughter. I'm going to blackmail you. How about that?
Nobody wants Regina to go full Karen.
I love that. And that would work. And that also means that you actually then get a little bit of an in to the State Department, a little bit of idea of what's going on there.
Cool.
And then Oscar.
Oscar is going to be a good German agent, and he's going to report to Berlin, or attempt to. The night or the day after he made the call to Berlin, he is going to write a letter to Tristan. This is a one that'll go through the appropriate drop. Everything above board. He's trying to get and everything is, I think you were right. I think there is a threat against the Fuhrer. I am returning to Berlin post haste. I will, if everybody in Berlin allows me, I will keep you up to date. Protect yourself, my friend. I'm on my way to Berlin. And then he is going to, either by using one of the bodies in the catacombs that he can spirit away, he is going to be found. Oh, the other thing that he wants to say is, I have the picture from your desk that you weren't allowed to take, the one of your father. I will bring it with you in the silver frame your mother gave you. And he's going to send that in the channel, knowing full well it's going to get intercepted and read before it gets to Tristan.
Of course.
He is going to put a metal framed picture in the jacket of a corpse he finds, puts tires around the corpse, lights it on fire, and leaves it somewhere noticeable for the Gestapo to find. They won't be able to identify it, but
they'll think it's him. Wow.
And they'll of course will be an investigation. So this of course works, right? This takes time. You can't do this all at once. This is why it's going to take you about 2 months to really solidify, getting rid of your old selves and bringing in your new selves. And in the same time period, you all have been working on sort of setting up your new cover, because Bricktops is gone. And I figured that you all could tell chat, because you've told me, but you might want to tell them, what do you all do, right? You're sort of in this crossroads moment where you all have to sort of rebuild. Falstaff has to go off and kill some people, and then reorganize some people, move some people out, get new people in. There's a lot going on. And you're going to do something new with your lives. What are you going to do? What is it that you all do in this month to find a new cover? What's your new job?
Our new
Because
job.
they don't know.
Chat
doesn't know.
Oh, they don't know about all of the new stuff.
I just feel like it's funny because we've been talking about it so much. It's like,
backstage.
No, it's just common knowledge.
We mentioned it at the end of last episode, but maybe I'm wrong about it.
I think we did.
I think in the last episode, we mentioned a little bit of it, but here's what we've decided. We got together and we've decided flower shop.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, because we did this last time, so we talked about it. So Sylvie helped us get into a local flower shop where there was a Jewish family that needed to get out. So we worked up a front, basically a guise that we're kind of coming in as relatives in some way to take over, and basically they're piecing out.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's a delivery flower shop. So,
but get this, we've already figured out what we've done, like, because this is a time skip too, right?
So and I just want to put
can we do the camera pan into a flower shop?
Yes, but wait, before you do, chat worked really hard to get their Rissa. The husband was Jewish, the wife was not. The husband was technically actually baptized, was like converted to Catholicism, but Nazis don't care about that. But they're sort of the relatives of the wife's side. So you all worked amazingly well. You were amazing, and we raised 150 channel points through you all, which was in like
amazing
a week and a half. It was amazing, and that got them 3 aspects for their flower shop. And I would love you all to share with chat what all you decided that they have helped you.
So we have 2 of 3. So I guess we're gonna have to decide on the third one live, y'all. We voted. We took a vote. And we came out with, so the first one is delivery on wheels, because we got a proper van, a reason to have it.
Paperwork.
Deliver all kinds of things and information and
all kinds of flowers, you mean?
Flowers.
All kinds of flowers, you mean?
That's exactly what I mean, yeah.
The next one we chose was upscale and unassuming. So we have a little bit of a higher clientele. We do kind of, I mean, like, we could also do funerals. I know that sounds really morbid, but like funerals.
It's not a bad thing.
Which seems to be a thing happening a lot right now in Paris. Catering.
High scale enough just to show up at all those fancy Nazi parties.
Yep, just high scale enough to be there right before everybody gets there and to be there right after everybody gets there. It's kind of the perfect. And then, you know, we get addresses and information on kind of the upper crust. Yeah, Greg, that's a great picture. I pulled one too. I'll drop my inspiration. I love that. That's really cute. This one, let's see. Anyways, so that's the two. Now we're on a tie because we did vote between airtight walk-in cooler or perfect for people watching. Now, the only pushback I'm going to give on perfect for people watching is if we can watch people, people can watch us.
What?
Which Trooper has already threatened us with, everybody. Don't think that he hasn't. So
I always
we've
threaten.
already heard all about that.
Yeah, so that's the one bad thing is we're going to be unassuming. I guess unassuming doesn't necessarily mean we have to be off the radar, but you know, do we want eyes on us? It's a kind of back and forth.
What do y'all do, y'all?
So basically,
I'm actually okay with all eyes on us, only because we have new identities. We are, and we're unassuming as it is, but I would much rather have eyes on people as a plus. And I know that they would have eyes on us. That's fine. By the way, we were used to that with the club. So.
So delivery on wheels, upscale and unassuming, and perfect for people watching. This is the current aspects of our little flower shop.
The one thing also that perfect for people watching does include is perhaps nearby there is an important Nazi building or something like that.
The question is if you really want to be that close. We'll figure out where
not necessarily like a constant one, but like say there's a meeting, you know, or something. It's in a more trafficked area so that there's a higher likelihood that we could happen to see things going on and catch eyes just in case we need to see something going down before.
Well, let me show you something then in that case. This is just like a thing to ponder, not settled down yet because we got a bit of time. But I would say what this means to me, just sort of thinking about it, would be that you all, let's take it so that the chat can see. Hello, chat. Hang out right there. So here's our map of Paris. And it was out here. I'm going to use this mouse over here. This is where Bricktops was, right? In the, it's 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you were about there. That's where Montmartre is. The bunker is down here in the 12th, like in this sort of really right close to the Seine. Like basically right about here is where the bunker is there. And so if what you want is to be close to important things, what you really want is to be in that core center, like 1 or 4 is really, those are kind of the best central places where a lot of admin stuff is.
I just don't think I want to be that close.
Because like 1 is where you get like the Louvre, I believe is in 1. So like there's it's like you want to be really core. The way that Paris is mapped out is a spiral. So you have like 1 is here. Then
a good
2.
way to think about it though might be that the flower shop is so close it's out of sight. You know,
well, we do
like
have it as unassuming.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's been there.
Yep.
So
And it's been there.
If the vote is 3-1, that it just is. That's our third one. There it is.
So we'll say perfect for people watching, and we'll just say, well, I'll go do some obsessive Google searching to find out the best location for it historically, because that is what I do. But I would say, yeah, right there. Like, I feel like you're probably going to get it. You'll probably be right there.
I would say I'm sorry, Trooper, but I think it's actually a labor of love for you. I think Church is kind of
Yeah,
like,
it is.
it's kind of a hot date night for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go look through these like magazines I have that have actual advertisements for the time, and I'm gonna find like
we didn't have to go there. We didn't have to go. No,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find period magazines. I'm gonna find the best location for you all. But then again, like you might be happy to be closer to the Louvre, where you have you have people that you know in there. Like there are some things around there that might be.
I mean, I think at this point, if it makes total sense. Plus, if we're going with an upscale audience or like clientele, we're going to need to be in a more upscale part of town.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll put you in central Paris, and it'll be really great. So
I'm glad Regina lives in a bunker.
All of that. Go ahead.
Just real quick to establish, the Seine flows this direction, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we could conceivably float down to where the.
Yes, you could.
You might.
There are some lingering questions that the team has not really dealt with. That are not big, massive questions, but they're these little lingering small ones. For example, Tango spent a couple of days, like 24 hours, almost 40 hours, making fake documentation for North African Jews who were hiding in the Grand Mosque of Paris. And Tango was there. Like there's like they have like a basement, and then they have like a secret basement that was housing like a couple hundred people. And he spent almost 40 hours just making fake birth certificates, basically giving these North African Jews North African Muslim identification so they would be safe, and other documentation. And that was a lot of people that were being hidden there, and you never asked what happened to them or how they got out or what was the process of sort of getting them out or not. So you do know, like you have that as a sort of a content that Tango certainly was involved in but hasn't really come back to. You still have the woman who is Jules' sort of sweetheart who is being held basically hostage in her home to be visible and symbolic as like a socialite and sort of hostess for important parties. You have the chief of police as an important contact that Sylvie knows especially. Like you all have actually some fairly important, also Colette, who's the secretary for the new head of military intelligence. You all have these very kind of interesting contacts, some criminal people throughout the city that are there, right? And I want to say this because I want to sort of emphasize the large amount of influence you've been able to garner, even though you've shifted things around some, right? That there's actually quite a bit you have out there going for you in terms of contacts, and just to make you, to be happy with you all. I want to give you some love. So let's take us through to where we're going to sort of end our time skip. We're going to end our time skip in December, but I want to talk a little bit about this sort of time period, kind of montage it from November to December. There's a lot going on, of course. It's cold, it's snowy. There's kind of like an unusual cold snap that happens in this moment. And as you're all doing the various things that you do, and I suppose we can go around in a circle in a way, with like little glimpses of moments of you all, each of you sort of doing something. And one of the glimpses is that you have this sort of cold snap. There are always posters of people sort of wanted or being arrested. And then 3 German soldiers are shot and set on fire. This is actually before Oscar's body gets found. You know it's probably the communists, somebody. And then there's some shooting back, and this violence escalates again, right? It becomes very difficult for German soldiers to be walking on the streets by themselves, like after hours going partying. There have been directives saying that they're not allowed to anymore. German soldiers are not allowed to go out partying alone or even in small numbers, and they can really only go to places that are authorized, and they should not be unarmed. There's a lot of paranoia and sort of concern. It's not looking good because you're supposed to have like law and order happening, and there keep being these assassinations. Like it's like anytime German soldiers are out there, there's always this sort of sense of worry and paranoid that they might get shot by some sort of secret communist. And there's like a lot of rhetoric in the propaganda department about it. It's a lot of, and it's a little bit unclear. All of a sudden, the communists and de Gaulle are somehow being conflated into one sort of evil bad entity altogether. But there's a lot of escalating violence and concern that are happening in the streets in this moment, in this sort of coldness. As you can see, the name Bricktops gets pulled down, and a new name goes up instead. You get instead, right? It says, Dubois is all it says, is the new place. And there's this amazing opening with lights, and they get all sorts of important people. Coco Chanel is there with her like Luftwaffe officer boyfriend, and all sorts of like important people are at this place. That is like one of the things that's happening. Rockette, give me a montage as we sort of move into December for you.
Aside from the weeping at hearing, I mean, she would not go near it, but she would know, she would feel it deep within her soul. So there would be some time where she needs to take some alone time away from everyone, because seriously, aside from that, this was her bar for some time, and aside from just having taken it over, like she worked there for a really long time too.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't just it being taken over for savory purposes. It's being taken over by an evil person. But aside from that, she would, she'd be trying to be cheerful and like try and figure out how to, she remembers what Regina had said about the parachute and making some dresses. So she'd be trying to learn how to sew these dresses.
Yeah.
Her mom had tried to teach her to sew wasn't very successful, but she's going to be trying that. And then the rest of the time, I think she would be trying to learn how to be making flower arrangements.
And thank you. And as you're doing this, there's an explosion. You know how the Germans are supposed to stay in the authorized bars, like not go off to the sort of random ones, but the authorized bars? Well, as you're getting closer to the end of November, one of those authorized bars where all the Germans will go explodes. A bomb was placed in one of these sort of local German frequented bars. 3 soldiers died, 5 more were wounded. That's a problem. That causes a big stir at that point in time. About 100 Jews, no one said they were Jews, but 100 Jews are rounded up. Otto von Stupnagel, who's the general in charge of everything, announces that the Jewish population of Paris has to pay a 1 million franc fine for the deaths of the Germans. Now, please note, none of these people are allowed to work. And so getting income is going to be very difficult for them, including like where those 1 million francs is what it is. 1 million francs they have to sort of pay in restitution.
Weren't assets seized too?
Yeah. So it's really hard. So it's like, you don't have
harder
money.
Or impossible. Like,
yeah. So all of a sudden, the Jewish community of Paris is being blamed for these attacks, and they have to pay 1 million franc for restitution. People got rounded up and are being shipped off to Germany. There were these sort of big 5 bombings of these synagogues that apparently were done by the communists, but Tango, your criminal context says it was probably the Gestapo who did it, actually, or criminal context that belonged to the Gestapo instead, right? So there's clearly some sort of escalation and false flags, but there's a escalation happening there. What about Oscar? Give me a bit of a montage in this moment.
Oscar's going to be busy killing one version of himself and birthing another. So, but in addition to all of that, as we've already discussed, he's also, while a montage of the time passing, he has to be very selective where he shows up and where he avoids.
Yep.
Even though these troops didn't really know him
Yeah.
very well, when he was there, he was stationed at
Yeah.
Gestapo HQ. There's been quite a bit of turnover
Yes.
in all of the areas. So
Mhm.
it would be a rarity that he would run into somebody, but
Yep.
there are still maybe, a handful, half
Mhm.
dozen soldiers that may recognize him.
Mhm.
So he's slowly been changing the way he dresses.
Mhm.
He's adopting more of what he would believe, or what, with
Mhm.
Regina's help, what her husband would look like. So
Mhm.
there would at least be reports if somebody said he would maybe frequent a
Mhm.
cafe,
Mhm.
establish a bit of time there. So if somebody would ever check, oh, he's
Mhm.
been coming here for
Mhm.
forever,
Mhm. Mhm.
weeks and weeks. So yeah, just this is the you can always become someone else and say you're somebody else, but you have to walk the walk and talk the talk. So that he's doing that. He's
Mhm.
building the person.
And as that's happening, probably sort of maybe checking into work for the first time, right? As when your transfer paperwork comes through, there's a roundup of 1,000 Jews as retaliation for the bombing, and there's a lot of pressure happening as it's really cold. People don't have. I mean, you have the what do you call them? Ration tickets, the little stamps to get certain things. But just because you have the stamps doesn't mean the things are there. People who are poor are not getting coal or wood in those terrible apartments, and so there are people who are freezing, who are dying out of lack of food or lack of heat. And while that's happening, you know that there are some fancy parties where the top of the top are enjoying all of the best in this moment. And so you can imagine, you can think in some kind of montage, there is probably a party happening over in one of these manses, and where people are laughing and smiling. And for all we know, really, maybe Holgar Leixner and his beautiful wife, Regina Leixner, might be invited to one of these parties as like a new person in. You might be sort of invited as in a space, and perhaps there's a nice string quartet in the background while you're in this estate. And there's beautiful sort of classical music, and you have food, and somewhere across the town, someone got shot, or someone is dying. And what is Tango doing in our montage?
I have a quick
Please,
question for you, Trooper,
please.
because um, I like to stab myself and allow you to twist it.
I'm here for it.
When Oscar does plant the body with the tires around it burned up, is there any retaliation?
Of
Is there
course,
any?
of course. This is part of the cycle. Like, the whole big 1 million franc didn't happen until after your body was found. It's just that your body was one of a number of bodies of attacks. This is part of a number, and this is not good. It's a part of a bad. They killed somebody who was Gestapo. It wasn't reported because you were already reported dead, but it was known, and it was part of the justifications for these roundups. And you would hear people talk about it at these parties, and how, when most of the time they're actually it's a lot of talk about how to spin this positively, right? There's a lot of talk about, okay, some of the people in France are not happy. The Parisians are not happy with there's retaliations. How can we spin this propaganda-wise to make it work better, right? How can we get them to like this? So there's you're sort of inundated at this party, and there's Regina by your side with propaganda people talking about, at Lisette's chalet, chateau, how to sort of spin these things in the right, and it's all about spin, right? It's all about how to get people on your side, and as people are being rounded up and sent off.
Every lost soldier is a hero.
Yeah.
Everything an act of murder.
And they find you very impressive. They find your work excellent. And what is Regina doing in our montage?
Well, I imagine we see the Regina that everybody really, really wanted. Maybe she was even that Regina for an actual period of time. But we see Regina don a dress, put her hair up, makeup every day, right? She has to really contrast the cover of Simone, the flower girl, to be able to make this happen. And so she spends probably the majority of her time making it seem like she has actually spent some time in Paris, supporting Oscar, right? And making sure that he has everything that he needs, and spending very little time at the bunker, probably over the next month, as that's the only place Hannah has to go.
Yeah.
And she asked for some space, and so I think Regina would be pretty respectful of that.
Tell me about how nice your apartment is, because you have an apartment in one of these hotels, because that's where they're housing important people. The Germans just came in and just commandeered people's homes and major hotels and just turned them into headquarters and living spaces. So I would like to know what your place is like. Is it a hotel, or is it one of these sort of buildings that has just been commandeered and you have a lovely suite? Tell me about the place where Captain Holgar and Regina Leichner live. What does it look like, this place?
I guess it depends on where the propaganda building is. Are they in the big hotel?
There are multiple big hotels. They just basically took all the hotels. There are very few hotels left that are not just commandeered by the Nazis.
I imagine Regina and Oscar would have had some kind of conversation of like, do we want to live with all the other people at the hotel so we always have eyes on a situation?
You would be expected to live there.
Yeah, it's not a problem of living there. It's a problem of not being there all the time. It's going to be for you especially.
Well, but you're a housewife, so you can go shopping.
I can go shopping. I can get out. Or maybe. I mean, Regina has always been a bit of a recluse. Mm-hmm. She could be a shut-in.
We're going to have to go, if this is the house of an up-and-coming propaganda, this has to be like full Third Reich.
Yeah.
This has to be, everything is acceptable. Everything, every bit of art is acceptable, what is deemed appropriate. The books on the shelves are what's deemed, there's not even a hint. There's no gray area. This is black and white, everything. This would make Oscar physically ill. This is
probably too. This is both of our nightmares. Basically, we're living our night. Like, I imagine we see Regina doesn't sleep. She hates this place, this house. Right. The only time she ever gets good sleep is like one day a week where she gets to go sleep in a barrel in a bunker. You know, like, yeah. I imagine her and Oscar spend a lot of time talking about how much they hate this, or a lot of time not talking about it and just sitting in it.
Yeah, we can't even. These are the Nazis, so you don't know who's listening or where they are. They wouldn't have given us like a private suite
or like a private chateau.
But I also think good Germans just talk better when they don't talk. You know, like that's the best conversation they can ever have.
Go quiet German.
They're just quiet and they just nod to each other. I was like,
so would
unless they're Bavarians,
like a chateau of some kind, like a more private, like chateau or garden house or something where we could have some privacy that's not like directly inside of a hotel with everybody else.
Probably not, because that's not really safe for you all. Right, so they would probably actually have you in one of these, a hotel or one of these sort of houseman buildings, and they would give you a nice private suite. Like, you would have your own. Like, by the way, when I say hotel, I don't mean that you have like a room. I mean, you probably have like 5 or 6 or 7 rooms. Like, you probably have like, it's like a full, nice, really nice suite.
Then I say, you know what, Regina would probably tell Oscar, if we're gonna do this, we ought to get the most we can out of it while we can. So let's live with the pigs.
By the way, you all would not have problems finding food. They would give you all of the food.
We can feed Sylvie and the baby.
And this hotel has all sorts of French people who are working there who have to feed you all and do all of your laundry. You don't have to take care of anything. You've got people doing your laundry, feeding you food, giving you what you need. You don't even have to go shopping if you don't want to. They'll get people to do it for you. But if you want to go shopping, you can, because guess what? You're getting paid in German marks now, and the German occupied government artificially deflated the franc so that your money is worth a lot more than their money. So you can just walk into town and buy the things you want much easier.
That's okay. Don't you worry. So Regina's gonna vote we start putting that money away in like a mattress or a secret pillowcase or something. Like we need to just start putting some funds away. One, German francs away. Two, in a few months, everybody, we'll start smuggling that food out via the laundry. Don't worry.
But there are expectations of particular kinds of.
Suddenly, you start having sandwiches coming.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be an expectation of a certain level of expense, though. You're not regular soldiers in a barracks. You're officers. You're officer family. So there's going to be there's an expectation.
I was gonna say, Regina knows this lifestyle.
Yeah, I know. There's an expectation of spending money in certain kinds of ways, and people are going to visit.
Yeah, but you can do that smart. Like we go into a restaurant and we leave an extra big tip nobody sees to help support these people, or like I feel like that's what that I know is what Regina would attempt to do, or she's scouting for like people that may need help. Like if we go into a business and we can see that they're being bullied, or money's being taken, or they're starving. What we're actually doing is getting a bird's eye view of the problems in the city, so we can pinpoint where we can help.
That might be what Regina is doing behind the scenes, but Oscar in the light of day is fucking insufferable. He would walk into the hotel, and the first time he walks into whatever be a common area, the lobby or the where, if he spies any French art, anything that's questionable, an architecture design, an element that is not he would immediately get that down. Just causing an absolute peacocking riot anytime something is not fully in line with the ideals coming out of Berlin,
which and
then he would go vomit.
Do you have a portrait of the Führer in your suite?
I would say we have a portrait by the Führer in our suite.
So,
but you probably also at night.
Oh my god! And at night we make fun of it before we go to bed. That's how we fall asleep.
And at night you probably have some kind of thing you hang over it, so you don't have to actually see it. And then in the morning you bring it down.
This is an original Hitler. Oh Jesus!
It's an original Hitler, which means it's a kind of a mediocre landscape. With
this is making Greg sick. And I usually don't have a problem with RP, but this is woo.
By the way,
it's gonna be a tough one.
We've had like murder, torture, chemical weapons, but this is the one you're like, oh, it's
Hitler art that does it.
It's Staffan's right. It's got like the little curtains that can draw. So when people come over, we could be like, say Hitler.
And again, you have other things happening in the city. You have rumors. It's a little unclear that there was some sort of something that happened over at the Gestapo headquarters before the new head arrived, the new transitional temporary head of the Parisian Gestapo. There was some sort of a thing. It's not very clear, but rumors have circulated that something had to do with a military intelligence. The head of military intelligence went over to the Gestapo headquarters with some soldiers to have a talk. There's rumor that something happened that was it's being framed as just there was a meeting, but you don't go to a meeting with like 20 people who are soldiers. So it's very unclear what happened because no one's really talking about it, but something happened, and apparently it happened before the new chief came in, and there's quite a lot of tension between the military administration, the Gestapo, and military intelligence. There's something is going on and it's unclear, but word is on the street that there has been something going on, right? Like, what is unclear? What about our tango?
Let's see. Because at this point we've been in a flower shop, right?
And as a matter of fact, you have an apartment above the flower shop. It's one of these sort of shops, right? You've got the shop, then there's like it's one of these 6-floor buildings, right? You've got the ground floor is all like shops, maybe cafes, right? All sort of that kind of a thing. There's like a half floor in between the ground floor and the next floor, which is where like you probably would have an apartment, and then all the apartments for floors up. Richer people on the lower floors, poor people on the top.
I think that Tango in this montage has carefully etched his life to where it's daytime. He's making deliveries, but while he's making deliveries, he's whatever books he can get through his criminal resources. These books are specifically on babies and childcare and you know, how to tend to your wife while she's in childcare, you know, that kind of stuff. Like he's driving a van, but he's reading his book, you know, and he's like, okay, so that's what we're gonna need. And I think he's it's a very personal and almost while everyone else is doing their best to fight the war, I think he's almost retreating back to I mean, he's going to do what he can to help out, sure, right? But I think he is like he's got the blinders on, and he's got the blinders on for I'm going to make a life here, and I'm going to make this, you know, I'm going to try to be as normal as possible while still being a mafia boss and delivering flowers on for, you know, um for a cell. So I think that's the montage scene for that. Like, you know, eating a sandwich, like reading a book, like dropping off flowers, like, you know, being charismatic and making all those friends. So, yeah, I think that's what he's doing. But he's also at night. It's him and Sigmund, like completely trying to like, and I think he's
insinuate,
playing
right? Trying to get the things.
Yeah. So, because I think what he's doing is he's playing off the fact that he's dead to the mafia, right? So him and Sigmund are making all these plans, but it's as Sigmund as the head of whatever they're doing, or the head of their organization. And I think he's doing it intentionally, where he may never come back to that, and he's just going to be a silent partner. And I think that's where he feels like he could almost escape when he needed to.
Can I get from you two?
But the main thing, by the way, main thing, I had sent you a chat message at one point for I wanted Sigmund to do, not today, but
yes. And he said totally fine. He was like, oh yeah, I can totally get that for you.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that had been delivered.
Not yet. You'll get it.
Okay.
But you two, Rocket and Stiver, you two have an apartment above the flower shop. It's in that half floor in between the bottom floor and the floor above. So it's and by half I mean it's kind of short. Like you don't have tall ceilings. It's actually the ceilings are actually quite short. And this space is a space that was traditionally used for sometimes, well, either a mix of storage, or the people who worked in these shops would actually sort of live in these kind of. The apartments are low. They're not the greatest apartments. Like the worst apartments are the very, very top. That are not even really apartments, they're just rooms. And then the second worst apartments are these ones in this half space, but you can have a family there, you can live there, and that's the apartment that the people who lived here before you had. And so I'm wondering if you could maybe tell us what your apartment looks like.
Well,
especially because you just heard that lovely.
I have a very
hotel suite
question. How often are we having guests?
How often would you like to have guests?
Well, we're
that's
both
up on
socialites,
you.
Right? So,
and also dead.
It's just how much of our personalities are actually going to be in this apartment is what I'm asking Rocket now.
Well, and I think really the thing is most of her socialite, like most people didn't go to her apartment.
No,
like,
they did not.
Yeah.
I mean, people did, but most that was a certain.
They didn't stay for very long.
Right. They didn't stay for long. They came for a little bit and then they left. But
they came for a night.
I think that because at this point Charlie would also be dead. I think they would probably if it was okay with Tango, of course, Sylvie would be pushing to have Charlie over like a lot. Just because you know, I mean, they used to hang out all the time, and now that the bar's not running, Sylvie's not seeing anybody. She's bored.
No, she's gonna get she's gonna get cabin fever. And I think that Tango Tango's like secure enough, or whatever the case may be, that, and I think we've kind of established that Tango is aggressively trying to be Charlie's friend in this whole matter, and trying to aggressively make that cool. So yeah.
So I feel like Charlie would probably be like, I feel like they would start having their card nights again, but then also Tango would be playing too, because
Mhm.
Tango does play cards.
Mhm.
Might need a
So I
fourth
feel-
for bridge.
What about that German officer?
Here's my question. Do you want to
know that
Remember that guy who was
Dirk.
actually
Yeah.
Dirk?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does-
Because
would
we
you
like
know-
Dirk.
do you
Would you-
want to expose to him that you're all not dead and that you're under a new identity?
Dirk
No,
helped
we
us
ship
out.
Dirk back.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, Dirk still is in Germany.
Oh, no, we ship
That's
Duck.
right.
That's Duck.
Yeah, Duck is gone. Duck is
is
dead
gone.
to us.
But
Duck
Dirk, you're German.
Dirk.
Dirk.
But
What if
Dirk.
here's the real here? So I feel like on card nights,
Just want to set it all up, everybody.
and I'll roll a report for this.
Mhm.
On card nights, what if, in a secret way, very secret, what if we got the police guy to come over?
Chief of Police would not go to your shop.
Oh, come on.
Chief of Police would
He needs
not
to
go to
get
your
away
shop.
from the fam once in a while.
He's married. He has kids, 2 kids and 2 stepkids. He would not.
Kids and 2 stepkids. What is he doing with that many kids? That's fine. Okay, we need a 4th.
I think now Dirk is in Germany now.
No,
again?
Dirk is a German soldier. He's stationed here in Paris. He's just a
Yeah,
regular.
I was saying maybe Dirk because he was. Now I know this is a big.
He can't
big
know we're
deal.
alive though.
Do you want to let him know that you're alive? I'll write it down.
So that's my thing is that
Mhm.
he helped us out.
He did.
And it was very apparent that he is one of those who I'm not a Nazi, but I got like drafted. And I think, I don't know, like I'm just thinking that would be a good or Oscar.
No.
Who wants to
We
play?
Dirk
can't,
and I-
we can't have Oscar in, I guess.
What about Luke? Luke is around.
Oh, Luke is
I
around.
bet Luke plays cards. I bet Luke plays a mean card.
Okay. I just want because I want to know who's in your bridge party. I want to know who's playing bridge with you all. All right.
Luke seems like a much better choice.
I just
think I think Luke plays a mean card, and I would otherwise say Hannah, but I think she's probably too good. I don't think we want Hannah in there because I think she'd probably win all the time, and that would make us all grumpy.
okay. So you've not yet told Dirk. Good. I'm just noting.
no, I thought it'd be very interesting. And
He would
very-
Dirk would probably come. If you.
Oh, I'm sure.
you-
And I'm sure
I
It
think
would
there's
just-
an opportunity.
it would
to
just be an opportunity, like a
influence
role
his
play
direction.
opportunity that did as Dirk. And I'm like allowing him into our family life,
I just want to know what your choices are. That's all.
But
think there's an
Luke is a better option and more realistic for this
Mhm.
scenario. So
Well, because Luke is also going to be working in the flower
Yeah.
shop too, so he'd be around. So
and
I
we're
mean,
keeping him out of trouble, out of gangs,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
off the streets.
So you don't have your ration cards are a little bit better than people who don't have a business, but it's not like it's great. Your apartment is probably cold, not as warm as it could be. It's on a bottom floor, so it's not the best in terms of heat rising, and it's right above a lot of open shops. So it's probably not the warmest. It's probably really hard for you to get fuel. I mean, you have back contacts, but looking at what you're officially allowed, it's not great. It would be sort of questionable if you could get enough food for real sustenance. It's real hard to get fuel for the things that you need to do, but you have official wheels, so you have some allowance, especially if you're known as people who are friendly to the Germans and the Nazi government, so that they will make sure that you get some fuel so you can deliver because they like you. Because nobody can get fuel unless they like you, right? So you have some allowances, but it's still very difficult living. But you also have through Tango sort of back deal connections. So you all are not doing as badly on the back end, right? But you certainly can't flaunt it because you shouldn't have those things. But you're working, and you have to deal with a lot of your life at this point in time is trying to get flowers, which are very hard to get because it's snowing and cold, and like there's a lot of like little criminal contacts. Maybe you had a hot house, something like that would be helpful. But sort of in these sort of like moments and eras, this is like part of your life that you're dealing with, and so we will have this moment where you are all together. I imagine, unless you disagree, tell me what you think. This is probably going to happen, this meeting, after hours. in the flower shop.
Mm-hmm.
With all of us?
Yeah, because you all have to like actually talk to each other at some point in time.
I think after hours would be most likely.
I mean, we can't be there during the day. We have covers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, when would you all like to meet?
Well, I do think Tango, by the way, is a full-time employee.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
he's
Yes.
driving around, making deliveries, doing all that. So you guys have that cover, the other covers, but Tango is full-time employee.
I'll be honest, Regina would say that we're better off to meet like she said when she first got back, every morning, right? 0800 at the flower shop, because we open a business. So we can be on the floor cleaning and restocking and conversing. Nobody orders flowers at 8 in the morning. People get their flowers to be delivered, right, in advance, or they're going to come in after work usually, or in the evenings, or like I doubt we'll have as much morning traffic. We're probably a lot safer, and we look a lot less suspicious than, say, being there after hours when the shop should be ideally closed.
And I imagine this is going to be before Mr. Regina has work, right? Before Holgar has to show up to the office.
Regina.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Greg.
I'm fine. We can see that. I think we can. It works even whenever Mr. Regina is in full effect, because he quickly find himself to be insufferable.
Yeah.
And with that, he
Yeah.
would say, if you are going to decorate, the Fuhrer's one of his favorite things to paint are flowers.
Yeah.
This place should have more flowers around it. And so if we have to get more people in.
And I also imagine that if you're super insufferable but effective, maybe they might say that sometimes you could work from your suite, because your suite is only a couple of floors away from the office.
Smart.
So like maybe they might be like, yeah,
Today work from home.
today work from home, why don't you? A little
Today I will telecommute.
So like, and because if you're a creative, right, if what you are is a creative, I think it's very like, you don't necessarily have to be in the office all the time. Like
Right.
you have to be around and be impressive.
And if we're selling the story that Regina is a little bit of a recluse, or she might not be well, like maybe that's why she's staying inside a lot, so that, she doesn't always have to be seen as, Greg pointed out, which is a really good point. He probably gets leniency to stay home with his wife or care for his crazy Kraus wife. Married to Kraus.
Yeah. So
She's delicate. She's delicate.
she's delicate. So like I can imagine that.
Sensibilities.
I mean, that's the thing about being like a copywriter, like being one of these sort of like a propagandist, that you're a little bit creative. You're really not. Well, Holger's not. Oscar is, but Holger was not. But like sometimes you got to go and like sort of be in other spaces for your inspiration. I don't know, but you're wandering around a lot to sort of get a sense of the city. So I mean, you have a lot of space to sort of maneuver. So we'll say 8 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. We are checking in at 0800. Unless business is open earlier that in Paris, and I just don't know it.
Well, you can open when you want, because you're a private exclusive flower shop. You can just not open that early.
Well, Sylvie's got a baby, or I'd make it 0700.
I think also, as far as that goes, just normal opening times would just depend on what, like, if we had an event we were preparing for.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because like if you have events, then you might be shut down for an event. So let's say it's December.
Or early to prepare.
I'll also note that right now the war is still going very badly for Russia. Germany just keeps moving forward. Do you know what I mean? Like they're now in front of Moscow. It really looks like, it's early December. It really just looks like Germany's probably going to just conquer Russia. It just doesn't look great. It's all bad everywhere. And let's say it's December. Oh, I don't know. Let's say it's December. I'm going to just pick a date off the top of my head, maybe. I don't know, like December 6th or 7th, maybe. That's the 6th is a Saturday, the 7th is a Sunday. I feel like that might be like, let's go right around there, let's say. That seems good. Let's do that. Let's say it's December 7th, just randomly. And you all are this is like super, super early, right? We're like 8 in the morning or so on Sunday, the 7th of December, and you're all in this shop. Pan our camera in and tell us what the shop looks like, and then you can do what you do.
So the camera pans actually to delivery vehicle. And this is early in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's I think it's Tango closing the doors on the vehicle, where he's probably already packed some of the stuff that he knows is going to go out for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also got a couple books that he's placed in a backpack or satchel, and he's walking in, and he opens the doors to everyone else that's in there. The sun is coming up and beaming through the light that's reflecting into the interior of.
What does our van look like, Tango? Since you're driving it.
Oh, our van
he's delivering.
is-
I imagine Oscar's doing the important driving.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to know what our van looks like.
Yeah, I want to say that it's white, just plain white with
Like a milk truck type thing?
like a milk truck. Yeah, like a milk truck, or maybe it looks like a bread truck.
Oh, yeah. Okay, a bread
I
truck.
love
That's
the
probably
look
pretty
of.
good. Yeah.
I love the look of a bread truck. So maybe we do a bread truck,
Okay.
and it's just gonna have like some sunflowers on it, like as the logo, you know. Oh wait, no, because this is the Rose of Paris. So it's gonna
The
be
name
like
of your shop is the Rose of Paris.
the Rose of Paris.
Hey.
So it's gonna be just a single rose with a pot in it, like underneath it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be like whatever is in French, like the Rose of Paris, like underneath it.
Oh my gosh, can we have a little truck with like, oh, okay, I'm posting pictures. I'm sorry. You got me so inspired to James.
Yes, there you go.
Maybe you have one of those.
This is the creative
electric cars.
process. I'm not the greatest at making the end product, but I'm really good at starting the conversation.
Maybe you have that. Maybe you have one of those sort of electric, the Citroens, the little electric ones they're working on. Maybe a little bit. You got a little.
So I had an okay. I might have to spend a fate point with this. I kind of wanted to convert a flower cart and one of the cars together. So like Regina like make something where you can like putt and we could go into town and like on-site sale something where we could like hit the center of a thing and she could watch and then come back to the flower shop. Anyways.
Willen, who lives right outside of Paris, has given us the name Les Roses de Paris.
De Paris.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Written it down. So our van is this sort of nice hybrid of this sort of Citroen with this sort of flower cart that allows you to move things around.
Oh no, that is not the van.
Oh, do you have both
I was talking
van
about
and a cart?
yeah. Regina's looking at something that's like street friendly, not the van itself. No. No.
Which you
the
probably
van
be using
is like a bread truck, like you said.
I imagine you have to use that cart most of the time because fuel. Very careful. What else is in your flower shop?
We have a display case.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine we have a couple tables, a lot of display cases, and it's a window front, right? Like we had talked about wanting to be able to, because we can people watch. So I imagine it's got beautiful like glass front windows. So
large, just full glass, just glass to glass, and probably I would say even within a shop, maybe like a 2-person little high top seater. You know, so that way
they can like look at books or like pick out designs or something.
Exactly. Like there's a book on top of the table, but really it's going to be like a Tango or a Sylvie who's constantly just peering out, or in the morning as we're talking, like someone's always on, like someone's there always looking out. You know what I mean? And of course, customers can come in there and they're going to pick out their things or whatever the case may be.
And where do you find yourselves?
If we're meeting, I mean, I imagine Regina, we can be out front technically. We're just a flower shop. We're just doing our thing. So Regina's got like broom in hand, right? She's like sweeping the floor, trying to look inconspicuous while they talk. Because I mean, if the four of them are just sitting around chatting, it doesn't look like much like a flower shop, So I think Regina's trying to make it look like morning activity.
Yeah.
Maybe she's packing the cart. Or maybe she's like sweeping the floor, but all of it's just a front while we talk.
Did you have Luke's mother be the official owner of this place?
I think that's what we did to file the paperwork.
Yeah, so it's Luke's mother's the official owner, but they're kind of leaving out of town and giving everything to us, which means that it's
Luke's
really...
mother is still there. That she can man the shop.
She's manning the shop, right? So she's around.
She doesn't like if you all need to be away, she can man the shop because she's the official.
Right, she keeps the day-to-day operations.
But Charlie's there too, right?
Charlie actually works at the docks. She's
okay.
she's in disguise
That's
as a male dock worker. She just like hauls things back and forth because it was like maybe a lot of people work in that shop. You can't like have everybody, but you know she's
12 people don't need to make
tiny
one
flower
arrangement.
shops.
I get you.
but she's working at the docks, which she has criminal friends as well, and there are also criminal activities at the docks. So that is where she's working. So you're there. It's the morning. I hand it over to you.
Yeah, I think as Regina is sweeping the floor, Sylvia's taking flower, because I imagine also there would be some flowers out in front of the shop too.
Mm-hmm.
You want to draw people in who are walking
Yeah,
by.
like vegetable crates and stacks and things. Yeah.
So she's setting up the flowers in front, so she's participating in the conversation, but also kind of walking through everybody, going back and forth.
Can I have a resources roll for the faction, or the our weekly threat? It's a 3 because it's hard to get resources.
I was about to say.
But not all of your stress is clear, by the way.
Call it.
Who wants to roll?
It's not me.
All right, I'm on it. Watch me roll poorly. Okay, I got a 1.
You're down by 2. You can spend fate point to bring yourself up, or you can take the stress.
We have business allies.
You do.
Oh no, we don't have that aspect. It's down to 0.
That is, but it justifies a fate point. Spend.
What do we have, 2 now?
Mm-hmm. You have 2 group fate points.
Nice big 2.
Mm-hmm. Also personal fate points.
So what happens if we don't?
You have to take 2 stress.
Roll? Well, we just cleared all of our stress, y'all. We could just take it.
I mean, I'm with just 2 in our personals. I kind of feel like we should just take it.
All right. So,
but that's just me speaking.
Regina, I would agree with you.
I agree as well.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm with you 100%. Take it.
what this means is that you're having a hard time getting flowers. Like you've got some, but you don't have as many as you like. Like basically, you're having a hard time getting fuel for your van. It's just like, just generally speaking, you're under resourced because,
So we only got like,
everything is bad.
You can pick between 1 or 2 on our combo menu.
Basically, yeah. You don't have like a wide, like if somebody wanted like red roses, you just don't have them, right? Like you have some other flowers, but you don't have those. Like your selection is smaller. You're still working out trying to get your resource lines. It's, it's a little bit.
Well, that makes sense, kind of, because we just started this.
Yeah.
We're still trying to sort the biz out.
Mm-hmm. And so I hand it to you.
I don't know. Regina probably doesn't say much. She's fucking miserable, y'all. She's miserable in so many ways. But this is just the way it is now.
And Luke comes in a little late. Not too much late. Because he likes to wake up way later than this, but he's been basically mostly on time most of the time. And he sort of comes in and he sort of tips his hat to everybody. Bonjour.
Is Luke wearing the same clothes that he left in?
Yes. He is.
Oh, Sylvie would notice this right away. Luke.
Wait.
Let's see. She's working.
She's always trying to work out her voice, right?
Well, yeah. Now that she has a different persona, she's gonna be working on it now.
Yeah, she was like, I forget the. Anyways, going.
Luke, you're late.
It's 5 minutes.
And in the same clothes from yesterday, I see.
Did you need me to pick boxes up or something? Boxes?
Yes, go grab the ones right in the back. She's gonna she has a bundle of flowers and whatever's available.
And he just like he's wearing a jacket because it's really cold out. And as he's going to, he has to go by you all to get to the back. He just like pulls his collar up a little bit as he sort of walks by you all. Just collar up.
I aim to make eye contact.
He doesn't make eye contact.
He's being weird.
He doesn't make eye contact.
Yeah, no, that kind of weird.
He just hat down, collar up, make sure it's just standing up, and then he just like slides by you all to go to the back to go move boxes.
Mr. Luke, if you will, turn around. We all have noticed something off about you.
Nothing's off.
Pull your
Yes,
collar
so
down.
he trained you to lie better than that. I hope.
Pull your collar down.
Don't we have work to do?
Pull your collar down.
Luke, we've all done, well, at least half of us have done a walk of shame before.
He pulls his collar down.
Regina steps up and like
is there a
slams the brim.
hickey?
There is a hickey, yes.
Leave him alone. We should all be so lucky. Go to the back, Luke. Move the boxes.
He puts the collar back up, hiding the hickey, and he heads off towards the back to sort of move boxes.
It was supposed to be a celebration, Luke.
And he smells of cigarettes. He was probably out in a bar or something all night. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, Luke. There's nothing wrong with him getting a little nookie.
Oh, there is nothing wrong. We just need him to celebrate it with us in a way.
Okay, but see, this is what Regina's talking about. Y'all always need her to celebrate her stuff publicly, and she just doesn't do that. So you know what? She relates with that.
I get
and
it.
she looks at Luke and she
just
says,
wants
no,
it to
you
be
don't have to
private.
share it. You know what? It's okay if you're embarrassed about it. And she's going to make sure he goes. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as Luke is out of earshot, Oscar would chime in as well. The boy has found someone. It's a respite for him. Let it enjoy it without having to declare it. If he wants to tell us, he will.
Sylvie
I
walks
just
back
don't
in,
feel
go
like he should
outside.
be ashamed for it, is all I'm saying. I'm sorry.
I don't care if he's ashamed, proud, wants to celebrate, or wants to hide it. I just don't want him showing up late.
Okay. So he has
Oscar's
a good
calling
point.
bullshit on that. Oscar. So you're telling me that you're worried about his schedule that he's keeping, and not about where he had been?
5 minutes one day is a slippery slope. 5 minutes one day, 10 minutes the next. Where does it end, Oscar? Where does it end?
Marriage, perhaps, I guess, but
Horrifying.
yeah. And Oscar would know that Luke's fucked, so he just won't say anything.
And Sylvie just goes to the back again to grab some more flowers.
And Tango's gonna come over to Oscar. He's like, look, you know what? It was a bad call to try to call him out. I'm sorry.
I understand. It's a boy. He's no
I just
longer
don't
a
think you
boy.
should be ashamed of it, but and he should know he shouldn't be ashamed of it, right? I mean, I don't know.
The bell rings as somebody walks into your shop. It's nothing unusual. It's very early morning. The person walking in is your newspaper person, right? Who's like comes in, drops off the newspaper, sort of gives a nod.
Right. I take it.
And
I
so,
walk it towards the back. I put it on the counter while they're talking. And
Yeah.
go find
So
Luke.
everybody,
I'll just note that the unstoppable German military might, because they're just taking everything. There's no end to that. Except, it's been really cold in France. It's also weirdly been really cold in Russia. It has just hit minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 37 degrees Celsius if you are in the Celsius style. And it kind of dropped kind of quickly. And apparently it is not doing so well for the German troops, but the newspapers say it'll be fine. But even though it is just particularly cold and that's slowing things down, it will be fine.
This was the winter that all the Germans like froze to death and starved to death trying to crush into Russia.
Yeah.
The Russians were like, we were built for this. And the Germans were like, oh my God.
That seems about right.
But everything was fine until right about now. Right about now in our timeline, the Germans are just like, hey, we just took this, took this, and right about now in December. Yeah. It just went whoosh. And at this point, you're looking at the newspaper, and this is like, for all I know, some of Oscar's alternate identity work is here in some of this sort of like
Yeah.
approving things, but there's a lot of like, oh, well, oh, super cold. We're not moving forward anymore, but that's fine because we don't want to. We're just hanging out right outside of Moscow. It's going to be okay. Like there's like it's that sort of moment where something's changing a little bit and it's not great, but I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure once the weather lets up, Germany will just keep going forward. Continue.
Yeah, Regina takes the paper to the back like she would any morning and just looks for Luke. Just wants to make sure he's okay.
When you go to find Luke, he's standing out like in the there's like kind of an inner. You have with these kind of buildings, you have an inner courtyard that has like a door that will take you to like it's like a where you can like haul in and out. Like there's like a inner courtyard that has these sort of larger doors that will take you out to like alleys so that you can actually bring things in out that way. And when you get there, you come across Sylvie and Luke. So let's rewind a little bit. And there's Luke, like with these carts that he's sort of pulled in and he's sort of unboxing things. And it's not as much as it could be. And that is when Sylvie shows up, I believe.
And Luke doesn't see Sylvie approach. And then he picks up the boxes. And when he turns around, she's right there. She's right there.
Oh,
right in his face.
Pardon this. Now, the name you were going by was...
Evelyn. Oh, I had a last name.
Because I actually need to get new name tags for everybody.
Evelyn, I will have to find where I wrote that down.
I'm going to get new name tags for everybody. I'm very excited about this.
First name was Evelyn.
Miss last name? Bonjour.
He can call her Miss Evelyn. She will allow it.
Miss Evelyn?
So.
Do you need anything?
Yes, I do.
Oui?
You know, showing up late, that's horrible. That's horrible for business. That's really poor work ethic. Poor work ethic for a worker, especially during these difficult times. You know, Oscar was asking after you, and I mentioned Evelyn Garnier. Thank you, William.
Mm-hmm.
Evelyn Garnier. Yes, during these difficult times, showing up late, 5 minutes today, 10 minutes tomorrow. It's troubling, Luke. It's troubling.
Well, it's always difficult because you have to travel on the streets and people stop you for papers and all that. It's not so, you know, it's...
It's not so...
Well, it's not always...
What was her name, Luke? What was her name? What did she look like?
I have to pick these boxes.
Oh, the boxes will be here, Luke.
Luke sets his brow, and just sort of like picks up a box.
Luke, fine. I can see that you don't trust me, and I will attempt, I will consider not taking this personally. I will very potentially consider not taking this personally. But Luke, you know, we've all come to care about you a great deal around here, and seeing you grow up and become, and she's gonna put her hand on his face and like kind of cock her head out to the side, becoming the fine young man that you are now. Watching you grow up like this, I mean, you are a young man now, and you are fully welcome to go out and do the things that, you know, young men do. I want to make sure you're being safe out there. It's dangerous.
Is this a rapport attack? Are you working on trying to whittle our young fellow down on a social conflict? Is that what you're doing? I just want to know.
Attack is a strong... I mean, she's being genuine. She is worried about him.
Are you trying to get information from him that he does not want to give you?
No. If he doesn't want to share it, she's fine with that.
He does not look like he wants to share.
No, if he legitimately doesn't want to share, that's fine. But she is worried. Like, she's very worried about him. Like, especially just knowing herself, and she She doesn't want his little heart to get broken.
I just want to know, like, how badly you want to know this information.
I mean, if he hears her words about, and he happens to want to share the information.
Roll rapport.
He wouldn't not take the information.
It sounds like you're pushing. So, do you have any bonuses for your rapport attacks? Because you're going with like guilt and care rather than harshness.
I don't, but I did roll a 4.
Mm-hmm. He will roll his will. He clearly needs to get much better at will.
She is rolling with the goodness and honesty of her dark little heart.
You see him, and you can see him being flustered.
Luke, listen, you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to tell me, but you worked at the bar long enough to know that, relationships are very complicated. The heart is a very complicated matter, and, you have to look out after yourself out there.
Well, I was just out, at just the club, not doing anything important. It was fine. Give me your empathy. He's making a counterattack.
Oh, no.
He might have been at a club, but he clearly was not at the club all night. You know how curfews work.
Well.
And you can see you've rattled him a little bit. You can see that you rattled him.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you have a nice time?
Oui.
Well, that's what matters most of all. And she's gonna lean over and pick up the box that's sitting on the top, and she's gonna take it in turn, and she's gonna
No. And he takes it from you. You're pregnant.
Well, that doesn't mean I don't have arms.
Well.
And anyway, and then she's gonna turn to go back inside. She's gonna grab an armful of flowers. She's gonna.
And I think when you turn to go back inside and you step inside, that's when Regina's sort of coming out to sort of find you both, right as Sylvie's coming in. I think you meet right inside the shop doorway.
What is this situation? What is the vibe of the situation?
Right as Regina's walking out, she walks out to see Sylvie kind of calling over her shoulder, "A squishy organ. The heart is a squishy organ." And she just kind of walks past her and goes back into the main area of the florist shop.
And Luke is just kind of standing out there, not really quite sure what to do about all of that. And sees Regina and kind of...
Are you okay?
What do you mean?
You have had a lot of questions thrown at you since you came through the door. Was your location secure last night? That should be a quick answer of a yes.
Yes?
Okay.
There's something there. Vibe. Give me empathy. Give me empathy. Give me empathy.
Regina. She lights up a cigarette. She looks around, make sure she's like, okay, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. If I gotta stay in here and talk to this kid, I'm not Bricktops.
No,
Regina.
You're not.
I'm not Bricktops. I'm Regina. I have some rapport.
This is empathy.
The fat lady sings. Pigs fly.
I need empathy.
Oh.
We'll take that rapport when you do a rapport, but I need empathy.
No, that's the first time ever rolled that with rapport ever.
But
everybody just look at it.
No.
Stop what you're doing and look at it.
We won't lose the roll. Be your next roll, but right now he's trying to be.
Okay, I can do an empathy too.
Yeah.
Okay, that's still pretty good for Regina.
Yes. So, yes, it was secure wherever it was he was, but there's something he's not telling you clearly. Clearly.
Well, I'm not going to force it out.
But you have a rapport of 5 if you want it. that would be the role to sort of get
if
more
I wanted
information.
to, I
from
would
him.
just say, are you going to tell me or not?
He looks really, really uncomfortable. He gets
If
a
it
2,
is
yeah. Mm-hmm.
going to compromise our mission, you have to tell me.
We needed a secure place to hang out. That was, not where her parents live.
Luke, did you take them back to the bunker?
Not exactly, no.
Where did you take them?
I mean, I wouldn't take them to the bunker, you know.
But where would you take them?
Well, the house above the bunker's entire house, with a place, and it's not the bunker, but it's private and abandoned. But it's not the bunker. It was.
Regina just helps him, like, very calmly, starts loading boxes or helping him move whatever he's doing. As true as that may be, it's a bit close to home, don't you think?
We.
As someone who has, on the occasion, seduced a woman,
Blushes a little.
there are much better places to take them than abandoned houses. There's nothing like seeing the stars on the roof.
It's snowing out. It's cold.
Then it sounds to me like you need to find yourself an apartment or have less girlfriends. She leans in, that is what Captain Regina has to say. She kind of leans into his ear and she says, Tango parks the van out back. We don't leave flowers in it at night.
And he, like, and it's because, like, when you said that, like, less girlfriends, you could see that kind of deflation as, like, oh.
Yeah.
But then you're like, van, and he's like, oh.
Yeah. So then Regina, like, continues doing what we're doing, right? Mm-hmm. She has to put up a front, but she knows. And, you know, she kind of smiles at him. I hope she's pretty.
He goes, she is, and she doesn't hate me for all of that.
Just that house, it is abandoned for a reason.
Okay.
It is the cover for our bunker. And if you start leaving footprints all over the place, it could be a problem.
Okay. Anyway, everyone in the neighborhood looks good. Nothing strange there. And my mother's fine, and the cleaners seem fine over there. I went to speak to them.
How is the Duke?
He's upset about something, but I don't think it's too bad.
About what?
I don't know. He was upset about something, but I think it's okay. Or it's not. Doesn't tell me. What else did I hear? They seem to be moving. They got a big score coming in, maybe. Something. Well, that's what I know. There's something going on with the Duke. He's upset about something, but I think there's something positive. I don't know. They don't tell me everything. I just stopped by. And that's it, I think.
Regina just kind of looks a little proud. If anybody could see her look proud, she does. She just kind of claps him on the shoulder and she says, "Move the boxes. Take it easy. I imagine you didn't get much sleep."
No. And he blushes again. But and he just goes to move boxes. He's just gonna move boxes on the cart.
Just like she moves on to doing other things, or potentially leaving for the day to go back to her other horrible life, the really horrible one.
But I suppose I want to know what your missions are. It's December. You get to decide what you all want to do.
Do we come together for that? I
Mm-hmm.
imagine like as a conversation.
Well, I think that after the Luke conversation, we can start having that. It's like, so maybe Tinko's like, all right, so I think we've laid low long enough. What do you guys want to do? What's your next steps? Who are we going to kill, set up, or, what do you got for us, boss?
What do I have for us? Well, I don't know. I guess the question is, what has been the fallout? We don't know a whole lot about the fallout between Gestapo and
do not.
military intelligence since our actions. Like
You do not.
our
But you know
plan.
something happened.
Something's not right there.
There was something that was going on. Clearly something happened. You don't know what the fallout is. But something happened.
It's been a month, and it's probably been a while since I put out a radio broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's just time for a report. So, did I decipher the last message from them? Did they ask anything of us?
You had reported in. They wanted to know about how transport was going, and there's an issue that you have. They wanted to know whether or not you could. They wanted to know about the plans to bring back the scientist. They didn't know about the opera singer yet, but the engineer, the professor, they wanted to know about the plans to get him back to the UK. Out. Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Duck supposed to go back with him?
You had sent Duck back, I think, earlier.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yep.
I was hoping maybe Duck could escort him. That would have been a.
Yeah, I think at the end
duo
of
for
2
the
we sent
ages.
it back.
You did. You were like, we don't want you here.
Okay, well we did it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at Oscar. Well, okay, no, we should be receiving missions from Falstaff.
You're also your own operator, so you can make your own missions as well. Like if they have specific missions they need you to do to coordinate some things, they will tell you.
But we've not heard from Falstaff in a month.
He's kind of the whole.
That's fine. Hey, that's fine. That's a yes answer.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna look at her and be like, what are we doing? We've laid low. We got a new gig here. I think the dust is settled, and I'm getting a little antsy. So I know you want to kill somebody or set someone up. So let's do it.
Do you really think that's all I want?
No, it's a joke because I don't think you want to kill anyone, and I don't think you want to set anyone up. And I think when all this is said and done, you'll never kill or set up anyone in your life again. Much like me.
I don't know if the first one was sarcasm, or if this last one was sarcasm, or if you are sarcastic about sarcasm, do they cancel out?
Oh, I really should work on my sarcasm because it's so deep and rich. It's like cheese, just cut right into it, but it's creamy
Tango.
sometimes and
All right.
good. But if you melt it, it's just
we're all hungry.
stringy.
Tango.
I am so hungry for breakfast. Do you guys, anybody want a breakfast sandwich?
Well, we could always use the opportunity as the floor shop to start getting into some places, some parties.
I was thinking it's time maybe for some intel gathering. Do we know of any parties coming up? I mean, would Oscar and I
Nope.
know of any parties coming up?
Nothing big.
Can I roll a context?
Mm-hmm.
Do I know of any coming up? I rolled a 4. Do I know of any coming up?
That's with small business owners as your contacts, is like your special.
But small business owners would include venues, or it would also include caterers or other bands that are getting hired to play events that I can't play.
What I would say is that you do not know when or where, but you have heard from some of your contacts that some caterers are being hired for something. Word in the business scene is that something big is happening. There's going to be some sort of event. You don't know when, but some people are being hired to do things. And you've just yesterday. Yeah. Basically, people have recently been hired to there's a string quartet that's been hired. Some caterers are being hired for things. It's a little bit tricky because a lot of the Nazis do most of their stuff in-house. So you'd have to sort of get some things out of house. And yeah, you've heard a little bit. Something's happening, but you don't know where.
I've just relayed all of this information.
So what if here's just a thought. What if every time these Nazis started having one of these big bashes and we happen to be in on the gig, what if we plant something, some kind of bomb or an assassination attempt or something that keeps them from having any kind of fun?
Every time?
Well, not every time, maybe every other time, every third time. I'm not sure, but one good time would disrupt
Sylvie,
a whole lot.
I think that's a real good way to get us never hired again.
I was about to say, what did you do? What happened with you and Oscar in Berlin that had us lose the club again? Didn't you make a bomb happen at a party?
Well, it was more the scientist, from what I understand. Oscar, you were closer to it.
So,
I suggested that he sabotage the boilers.
Explosions are what have kept the communists at the forefront of both military intelligence and Gestapo's minds.
Yeah. That's a good thing.
It's not a good thing because we can't use the communists as fall men anymore. They cannot be our shield. So instead, we can work bigger and better. Explosions are nasty and dirty, and they have collateral damage on both the buildings, the infrastructure, the people. Oscar is working in propaganda, and we have set the store up. I suggest we start moving some food out of this hotel that Oscar and I work in, and we can start delivering it.
Where do you want it to go?
We have a flower cart. The bicycle needs fixing, but I was thinking we could bike it out to the streets. People come by. They purchase a certain kind of flower to let us know they need food, and they tell us where they need their delivery for their next flower set. In the bundle is at least bread, anything we can get our hands on. I'm thinking I can start sneaking some of the food out via the laundry and other places.
Well, one of my ladies, I could have her talk to the other cleaning ladies and see who we know who works over there. I mean, maybe you wouldn't have to stick it down the laundry chute.
The bell rings as somebody walks into your shop.
So put flowers into a pot or a vase.
Yeah, I was about to say, are we out front having this conversation?
Because you could.
Everybody? Or are we in the back?
We could have watched, I guess Tango could have watched if someone was coming in. He was like, hold on. And he's going to walk in with him. How can I help you?
Where are you all specifically in the shop?
Here's where I'd like to think, by the way.
In terms of
sightlines. You guys can overrule me where you want. But I think that as much as we have like a tall table inside, I think we actually have like a 4-person seater outside. That's out, like a French, like where we're having coffee and talking outside.
Like a little table.
Yeah, like a little table. I think that's where we were at.
Except it's December.
This conversation.
Just remember that it's December.
Yeah, it's real cold, but we're all like bundled up, right? And I think we're still having this conversation, and that's when
out front.
Yeah, Regina and
maybe not,
Oscar have to
not.
be super careful about doing that.
There would be no way I'd be hanging out front just having a conversation. Regina might be in the back.
So we're in the back, maybe.
Oscar would have to be in the back too.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was like I'll be like, hey, don't worry, I'll go see who's here. I'll go out front.
So I just for no particular reason, I just want some details. So
and Luke's mother is probably there at this point because it's open, right? So she's up front, like manning a shop. And I'm just going to be, whenever anyone comes in and I happen to be around, usually I'm kind of just hovering to make sure that everything's good.
And Luke is avoiding his mother at this moment. So Luke is way in the back. So Luke's mom is up in the front. Tango's in the front with a view of the front of the shop. We have Oscar and Regina in the back without a view of the front. Luke is in the inner courtyard with no view of the front. Where is Sylvie?
During that conversation, she was kind of back and forth. So
Mhm.
I think it goes out first, and then a little bit later, just like a minute or so, she would follow, like carrying more flowers to put. I imagine, these not vases, but like tall buckets kind of along the sides and the inside. So she's like arranging those.
Um, a woman walks in, smartly dressed, um, tall, little angular, bright, piercing blue eyes, very, very well dressed. And she walks in with there are these two women. There's one who's taller, more angular and striking. The other one's a little bit shorter. The tall one is like it's got, I wouldn't really call her a blonde. Her hair's a little bit darker, to be honest. And then there's a smaller woman who's a redhead, whose clothing is a little bit less fine. And you can see that outside of the shop are two German soldiers in uniform who are armed, who are sort of standing outside, standing guard. And you also know that there's a car that is sort of pulled out up front. So these two women walk in, and the woman who's not the tall, striking one has like a piece of paper. She's got like just like a piece of paper with information on it, and she checks and she goes, "This is the Rose of Paris." She looks through and like Luke's mom Marie sees Tango and Sylvie there and wants to know if they're going to take over because they are,
If there is any pause in answering, Sylvie would just turn around and be like, "Yes. Oh, how may we help you?"
And the woman, the slightly less striking woman, goes, "Oh, good." And both of them, well, the other woman is sort of like assessing the shop a bit more, for, I don't know, as one would assess whether or not this is a place that is good enough for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a bit of like what is this place? Like what kind of, because like your flower display is not the greatest, is what I'm trying to tell you, right? There's like an assessment is like, this place acceptable?
Like we have weeds that we've put in pots that make it look really good, but we don't we don't have the best flowers per se.
And so the taller woman is like just observing, and the shorter woman is like, okay, well, we've got a flower shop floor plan in Discord, which we can then put up later. This is good.
It's kind of a modern one because it has like a computer on it, but
yeah. She goes, so is this all you have? Says the shorter woman.
No, we have more in the back, and we have more on the way. What are you looking for?
Well, we need something important. Now, I want to know, Luke is not able to overhear because he's in the far back. Are you two, Regina and Oscar, listening or no?
Always.
I was gonna say, if they're in a 5-mile radius, they're listening.
At the door, just like both ears,
I got a 2.
Mm-hmm. Oscar, can I also get your awareness? Mm-hmm. And the shorter one goes, well, we need something big for event. We were told that this is a approved and exclusive and friendly shop.
Very friendly, and one of the most exclusive you'll find. What exactly is the flavor of your big event?
Oh. And she looks at the striking woman. This is it's like a coming out party, I think they call this sort of thing. A grand welcome, sort of a statement of it needs to be impressive, says this shorter woman.
Like a welcoming party of sorts.
And the shorter woman looks at the taller woman, and the taller woman is still like assessing the place, in a sort of a, like, this is the place we're supposed to be going? Like, basically, there's a little bit of skepticism about whether or not this place is going to be able to do the job. And he goes, well, and the taller woman, she says, it is not a welcoming party. It's a party where I show that I am here. Oscar and Regina know this voice. And Sylvie, she's wearing sunglasses, the taller woman, and she's got like a hat, and she's kind of dressed differently, but when you hear her speak...
The voice rings a bell, am I to understand?
Mm-hmm. She's the woman from the party.
Oh.
Yes.
Of course she is.
And she finally takes her eyes to you, because she's been paying attention to the shop this whole time. And she looks over to you to see if she recognizes you. And she's going to roll awareness after our break.
Ooh. Can I put one more thing in here? I want to say that for the sake of death and all that stuff, and trying to masquerade as a new person, Tango would have had a curly mustache.
Oh, I honor that.
And hopes that Trooper understands that was for him and doesn't do any harm to us.
Well, if you have a curly mustache, you just win the game and nothing bad will happen to you for the rest of the season. You're good.
Curly mustache.
I love how that's for the sake of disguise. Tango has never met this woman before.
I know, but like, he still needed a disguise.
Her not recognizing him, he now has a curly mustache.
I
just no, it wasn't just for her. I just thought about it. I was like, oh, we probably want to look a little different.
Yep.
And Tango would have grown a curly mustache at this point.
And I imagine Oscar and Regina look different when they're in the shop than when they're not.
Oh yeah, like Regina
100%.
wears 100%.
Yeah. Cold weather would help us out a lot.
Yes,
though.
and cold weather helps you out a lot because you can sort of like come in and out, right?
Yeah.
Regina also has a curling mustache.
Yeah.
Yes, I also.
We all do, right?
We all have the curly mustache.
And as
what they don't know is I'm waiting to tie somebody to train tracks.
Yes. And as she just sort of looks around this woman and she says, I don't know, this is a place to let me say that I'm here, not that they can welcome me. And as she says that, everybody but Tango's never met her. You know her voice. You know that this is Nicoletta Fuchs, Regina's ex, who is here in the shop.
This is like going to a convention. We're going to see all of our exes here. This is great.
Maybe. Yeah.
Also, as soon as she starts saying that, and then now Evelyn would recognize her voice, she would respond as she will after break, but then quickly turn around and start picking out some flowers.
Break time, everybody. We're going to find out how good her awareness is to sort of see through our Sylvie, who she has met before.
But is also pregnant now.
But is pregnant now and is looking different. Yeah.
And speaking very differently.
Yeah.
And has a curly mustache.
Which, we're going to go.
Surprising.
We're going to go on a break and we're going to come back. We're going to, Before we go to break, I want to go and shout out those who have given us some love. So first off, I want to give some love to Pope World Build. Thank you so much for the $5 donation with the message. Thank you all for an incredible story. I look forward to this next chapter. Also, Lord Arctic Frost, thank you. Lord Arctic Frost was the one who brought the weather and has stopped the Nazi advance in Russia. So thank you, Lord Arctic, for that. And has donated 300 bits, who's give us cupcakes and corgis who could resist the show love. And then Time of Gifts, thank you for $30 with this message. An early order for Bloomsday with the florists. Perhaps solidarity from one Irish literary figure to another. And I do appreciate that circle. And I'm very excited for that. Just, it's just going to be a little bit of hydrate yourselves, stretch. Just think about how great it is to be reunited with friends. I'm gonna break everybody.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked the Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air. I'll repeat that. President Roosevelt says that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii from the air. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Which for 2 years has been at war with Adolf Hitler. To the battlefronts of the world, this neighbor at war has sent men, food, airplanes, guns, and ships. 13 months ago, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Mackenzie King agreed to merge the Canadian and American defense efforts through a joint defense production committee. And 8 months ago, additional committees began to plan defense, to control materials, and to integrate the war and defense efforts of the two nations. What has been Canada's effort in the war thus far? How is inflation controlled? What about labor? What lessons can the United States learn from Canada? To bring to you and other intelligent, alert citizens the answers to these and related questions, the Roundtable opens its New York microphones to 3 observers who will discuss Canada, a neighbor at war. A discussion that represents the individual views of the participants and in no way represents the views of any agency or government. Participating are George Bricknell, Economic Advisor to the Wartime Prizes and Trade Board, the Dominion of Canada, and Professor of Economics at the University of Saskatchewan, John McCormack, author and Canadian correspondent of the New York Times, and Neil H. Jacoby, Professor of Finance at the University of Chicago, at present on leave to the National Bureau of Economic Research. Mr. Jacoby.
When Canada is mentioned, I suspect that Americans most frequently think of 2 things: the Dion quintuplets and the scarlet-coated Royal Canadian Mounted Police, whose pictures we Americans so often admire. But I wonder whether these very colorful elements of Canadian life are the important things today, McCormick.
No, Jacoby, I don't think they really are the most important things. I think Americans should realize that Canada is both a problem and an opportunity for the United States, as well as a great playground, of course. The problem is that the United States must protect Canada for our own security. But the opportunity is in the fact that Canada is a member of what President Roosevelt called the sisterhood of the British Empire, and that through Canada, a very friendly country, the United States can, to a considerable extent, align the policies of that empire with our own. Don't you agree, Bricknell?
Well, no doubt, McCormick. Canada can be looked upon by the United States as a laboratory in which certain experiments are taking place in an economy which has definitely streamlined itself for war.
You know, one thing that has interested me a great deal, Bricknell, is that Canada got into this war as a result of an independent political decision. The question of war came to a vote of Parliament, and the people of Canada, through their Parliament, voted to get into it.
Yes, Canada is certainly at war by our own free choice. The Prime Minister of Canada called a special session of Parliament 4 days after the British and French declarations of war on Germany at the beginning of September 1939. After a full-fledged debate, the Canadian Parliament did vote itself, almost unanimously, in favor of participation. Therefore, on September the 10th, the King, at the specific request of the Canadian government, declared that a state of war existed between Canada and Germany. As one Canadian summed it up the other day, King George VI of England did not ask us to declare war for him. We asked King George VI of Canada to declare war for us.
That's quite a different picture than most Americans have in mind regarding the entry of Canada into the war. And I can't help but feel that it compares favorably with our own congressional activity in that regard. Very few of the questions involving our steps into the war or in the defense effort have been presented to Congress for vote before they occur.
Do you think it's better, Jacoby, to declare war rather than merely to fight it?
I think it's better to have the elected representatives of the people make a decision beforehand. I like that Canadian procedure.
There's a great deal of criticism, I may say, in Canada after even the week's delay that ensued.
Well, that may be. But in any event, Canada has got a real interest in this war, arising from the fact that about 40% of Canadian production is exported. Would you say, Bricknell, as a Canadian, that Canada's economic interest in the war exceeds that, or is equal to that of any other parts of the British Empire?
I don't know that it would be greater than the economic interest of Australia or New Zealand, but it certainly is great. And we depend, I'm speaking of Canada, Canada depends a great deal on the export market to sell her raw materials particularly.
Well, perhaps we can account for Canada's decision to get into it then to a real economic interest. The fact that she depends as much as any other country upon the maintenance of world free trade, for which the British Empire has always been a great bulwark.
I think that's true, Jacoby. I think we should now discuss what Canada's war effort has been. We hear a lot about it here. We hear a lot for it and a lot against it. I think we should decide just what it has been. We have Mr. Britnell here, an authority very lately come to tell us.
What percent of your national income, Britnell, in Canada is being currently devoted to war?
About 40% at the present time.
Well, that compares with 18% in the United States. How about next year?
Well, at the present rate, it seems unlikely that 40% will suffice for next year. It's much more likely to be close to 50%, I should think, although I have seen no definite figures.
That compares with about 25% of our national income devoted to war next year. So it would seem that your effort in Canada is now about twice as intense and will be next year, as is our own.
Well, of course, Canada started earlier.
Yes, Canada has about a 9-month lead on this problem of the war and defense over us. In terms of enlisted men, Canada has sent overseas an expeditionary force, and they also have many men under arms at home. What are the facts there, Britnell?
Well, the number of men Canada has enlisted for service anywhere in the world in the Army, Navy, and Air Force exceeds 360,000. If you take Canada's population as being 11.5 million, say, and the United States as being about 130 million, this would be equivalent to an overseas military force of rather more than 4 million in American terms.
That well compares with the maximum effort we made in the First World War.
Can we say an overseas military force?
That's the total.
Active service force. That is the total, isn't it? I mean, the overseas force would be somewhat smaller.
Yes. Canadians already overseas exceed 150,000, equivalent, say, to an American expeditionary force of a little over 1.5 million.
Well, Britnell, that has been achieved, too, without conscription for overseas service. Every Canadian that goes across the oceans is doing so voluntarily. Why hasn't conscription for overseas service been imposed in Canada?
That, of course, is a question that has some political significance, and many reasons would be advanced for it. Speaking as a rather cold-blooded economist, I'm inclined to think that so far there hasn't been much necessity for conscription. We have only a limited pool of manpower available for military service, for industry, and for agriculture.
What's wrong with the woman part, Canada? Britnell?
Well, we're mobilizing that very rapidly. We have a women's army now. We also are taking large numbers of women into the factories and have been for a considerable period.
Your point is that conscription for overseas service, or the sending even on a voluntary...
We interrupt this program to take you to the NBC newsroom. Fight! From the NBC newsroom in New York. The White House also reported today a simultaneous air attack on Army and Navy bases in Manila. This report followed the President's declaration that all Army and Navy bases on the island of Oahu in Hawaii are now under air attack. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. Now back to our regularly scheduled programs.
Canada can hardly stand out. You'll then have to have conscription of one for the sake of uniformity.
Yes, it'll be hard to conscript Americans overseas if Canadians are not also being conscripted. But what about this Canadian Lend-Lease program? I understand that Canada, apart from her own expeditionary force for which she is paying, is lending and leasing tremendous quantities of food and equipment to Great Britain.
Yes, she has, in the present year, sent some $22.5 billion in United States terms. Britain pays for only a fraction of these exports. In short, Canada lends supplies to Britain of about $9 900 million for the current year.
That would be about the equivalent of, as you say, of somewhere between 15 and 16, and as against that, she is getting largely unusable sterling credits in London. Am I right, Whitney?
Yes. Well, as we discuss this subject of Canada, neighbor at war, on the University of Chicago Roundtable, it seems that we ought to make another point, and that is that Canada is not borrowing from the United States. She's paying for this machinery and equipment she's getting from this country in cash.
She pays cash for that.
So that Canada is not a participant in the American lease lend program, although she has one of her own, by which she is aiding Britain.
Some materials come into Canada from the United States for use in materials to be shipped later to Britain.
Bricknell, does Canada's effort compare with that of Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the other British dominions favorably?
Some comparisons of this nature are always very difficult and subject to criticism. But I was rather surprised to see some months ago, I must say I haven't seen any recent figures, that in terms of national income, a study of the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London showed that the proportion of Canada's national income being devoted to war was rather larger than any of the other British dominions.
Then we agree.
Welcome back to our second part of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. When we, the first half, we dealt with sort of bringing our characters up to December the 7th, which stuff happens on that day. And they were sort of in the shop trying to figure out what their plans are, sort of their proactive plans are going to be as agents. They're like one of the only, as far as they know, fully together cells right now from the SOE in Paris, because everything else is being dismantled and reshuffled around, and like new identities and new papers and sort of moving things in and out. And they were sort of trying to sort of think about this, pondering what they're going to do, what plans they want to do, how they want to be proactive. They were thinking about parties or just like pondering this business. And as we went to break, two women walked in with two armed guards out front and a fancy car. And remember, our flower shop is in central Paris, right by where all of the Nazis hang out, because, right, it's a good place for people watching, which means it's a place that people might drop into to get flowers. And this sort of, the shorter woman, we don't know who she is, but she's probably some sort of assistant of some sort. And the taller woman is Regina's ex and wife of Oscar's best friend. And by best friend, I mean enemy and rival. Rival? Well, whether or not Oscar thinks of him as a rival is a different question, but it's like, you know, you know how, I swallowed wrong.
You know how you're forced to be around somebody, everybody, and you have to go through training you don't want to do, and your country is being taken over by fascists, and you have to join this particular movement to try to protect your friends who are of a theatrical bent that could potentially be harmed by these people. And then you are stuck beside the world's biggest asshole. And this person loves everything that's happening. This is his Woodstock. He is having a reawakening. And that is Elias Yager, who is the husband of the woman in the flower shop.
Yep.
Who is Regina's ex while Trooper continues to recover.
Thank you.
Who is the world's other worst human. Married to this other worst human to make a duo.
The best worst.
The best worst
The best kind of
ever.
worst. Yep.
The best kind of worst duo. I hate
Marcus.
them. They're horrible.
They're a power couple, is what you're saying.
They're a power couple from hell.
Yeah. And she's going to make her awareness roll. She has a 3 because she has decided to take her vision away from deciding whether this shop is actually good enough for her big coming out party to notice the woman who is speaking to her. And as she's looking, I would like, dearest Fox, to tell me how Evelyn, right, Garnier, how she dresses, what she looks like, and how, like, give me a sense of, we all know what the glamorous Sylvie looked like, right? What she looked like, sort of dark hair and cigarette holder and this air of mystique, of mystery about her. But what does Evelyn look like?
So, Evelyn,
Oh no.
she
Oh, no.
she dyed her hair real pale blonde. She wears kind of the working dress, you know, that's not unlike what you see before you upon my personage right now. You know, and she would have a little apron on as well, with pockets that she puts, like, you know, the little clippers and stuff in there and flowers and things like that. And I don't know that it really matters at this point, other than it just saying Sylvie real big across her. But yeah, so there's that. She has like she has some jewelry on still, but it's definitely not quite as sparkly. She still has to wear a couple sparkly things because she wants to, but
so just a couple of things that will draw attention to you. So I need a deceive from you.
And you know, hang on.
Is there any way I can jump in and roll a deceive as well?
Would this?
You can give her a +1.
Question. Meta question here.
I'm ready for it.
Is this a defense roll? Would
Yes,
this be
it is.
considered a defense roll? Would this?
Well, this is yeah. It's a
would
defense
this be
roll.
something in which I could be defending for 2, since this woman is clearly a threat to me.
What is exactly the wording of your stunt?
Technically it's to will.
Yep, the nope.
In a situation that could be threatening to the pregnancy or the baby.
But this is not will. It is deceive.
All right. Well, let's do this then.
You get a +1 for me.
Okay.
Neat. Well, that's a 2.
And
That's
so
a
I'm
2.
like, I'm basically bolstering, just saying like, hey, oh yeah, that's a 2. Oh no.
It's not that. So she's looking at you, and what are you saying? What are you saying? Because
as soon as Evelyn hears her voice, she turns toward the flowers, and she's like just picking through the flowers as if she is looking for like some really nice samples to pull out.
So, Tango, what do you do to help in this situation?
Tango, what I'm doing to help is like, you know, it's not always about the flowers, the arrangement. You know as well as we do that it's about the name attached. So the Rose of Paris is a...
And as you're speaking, she's still like eyeing Sylvie as if, does she recognize her? Now you're down by 4. What would you like to do about that?
Can I roll? Can I do like a fate point to roll for me? Because I have a really good deceive.
You do, but we still have to resolve this roll. Do you want to spend some fate points, Fox, to get that above
Why,
chew
yes.
or no? It's up to you.
Yes, I would. Do I also... Hang on, let me see. Do I also have any, I don't have any aspects or anything right now, do I?
You do not.
All right. I will use my sad one little fate point. And I guess I just see if it's a +2. How did I get a 1?
I could okay, you could use Bricktop's new aspect. We're unassuming. We're upscale and unassuming.
That is a justification for 1 that will get you up to a 4 versus her 2.
Let's see. Oh my goodness, I cannot pull this out of this box again. So that would be... So that's 2... I swear to God, I'm trying to pull this... I'm gonna have to refresh this page. Anyway, yeah, so I will use that aspect, unassuming, because...
Would you like to use your personal fate point or a group fate point?
I'm trying to use my personal one, if I can... Here, let me refresh this page. If I can pull it out of my box, it just doesn't want to go. The fate point's like, no, please.
So you're still down by 2. She's looking at you, right, with a, like, trying to see if she, like, you seem sort of familiar.
Oh my God.
And she's thinking about it because we have not finished resolving this roll. 6 to 4.
The next thing, what if... Now I have to reopen my page, 1 sec. So...
She's looking at you. What is your name? She says, looking at, like, and like, Tango's trying to do some patter to sort of distract her, but she's thinking about Sylvie for a moment. Well, this woman that she does not, she's like, do I recognize this woman or not? And you, Oscar and Regina, you hear all of this. And you hear her say, what is your name? She says, with this, like, charming smile. Warm.
Oscar would pull out a gun in the back and look at Regina and just kind of shrug.
My name is Evelyn Garnier, and she's gonna start, like, really playing up the pregnancy aspect. Because, I mean, she was pregnant before, but it wouldn't have been showing at the time.
If you would like, you could maybe use one of those free invokes you have on legendary identification.
Sure.
That would tie you with her.
Tie's better than not.
Do you want to do anything else? Do you want to leave it at that? As she's looking at you, trying to figure out if she knows you.
A tie is better than nothing else, so I will stay with that.
I would love to jump in at that point and just put my hand on her belly and just act like the husband, you know, like.
And at this point, like, Sylvie, or I guess Evelyn at this point turns around, you know, with some of the nicer of the flowers there, and now she I mean, she's like kind of leaning away, like push out that pregnant belly, and she's holding these. She's like, and she's gonna bring these other flowers over.
Pause. What are you all doing in the back? You hear, I just want, like, a little parallel moment. What are you two in the back doing as you're hearing, because I'm going to note this was a tie, and you know when you're trying to do something, right, with a tie, you have a choice of success at a minor cost, fail but gain a boost, or partially succeed, and those are choices that Nicoletta has to make. And I'm not going to tell you what she's going to do just yet. I want to know what you two are doing back there at this moment of, does she figure this out or not?
Meta and mechanically, Greg is okay with using another fate point if there's a way to justify it. But Oscar is grabbing burlap that they probably have to cut and wet to wrap around the flowers when they deliver it. He has his pistol out and he is literally wrapping it in burlap to silence the shot that he is going to kill her with.
I mean,
that is where he is.
I mean, I can justify like, if there was another free point to use, I can justify it.
Use a group one. This seems important.
As she's peering at you, deciding if she wants to succeed at a minor cost.
I imagine as you're wrapping this thing, Regina runs over and, like, puts her hands around the gun and like shake her head like, no, no, don't do that. And she like, you can see she's really upset. Like I imagine like a single tear of like pain runs down her face.
Is she shaking?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if people are okay with me using this so that the crazy woman doesn't recognize Sylvie, I will use a group point for this to keep them away
Do
from
it.
us.
I have never been more behind a fate point use than this
ever.
right here.
yeah. This is why we saved earlier, right?
All right, Trooper, I'm gonna have you. I cannot access these. My clicker won't click.
Oh, it's what?
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm on it. I'm on fate point.
For this, I'm using Lost Her Voice.
Oh,
Because
very
Sylvie-
nice.
Sylvie
Mm-hmm.
is a jazz singer, and the way this lady met her before was as the singer with the voice and stuff. And one of the things that she, like, not only with her voice being different now, but also not being the singer and everything like that. So as she turns around with this pretty belly all sticking out, she's really gonna play into this, like, you know, and she's speaking French and stuff like this, you know, but really like,
But with kind of like a different accent, right? Like I imagine.
yeah, really like pitching her.
Wow,
voice.
this is my wife. Listen to her sing to our baby. It is beautiful, like a angel would sing to a baby.
It is the worst thing you've ever heard. No.
And then she's like, "Meow, meow, meow," you know, like.
I just want to say, just for the record, chat, our Rockette Fox invoked her trouble aspect to her advantage, is all I want to say, and I love it.
So she'll turn around with these flowers and just be like, you know, sometime, just really up there, and bring these flowers out in front of her. You know, sometimes it's not about the amount of beautiful flowers, but the beauty in the few flowers that you have. And she's just gonna kind of hold these, the best of the ones that she picked out in front of this horrifying woman.
Make a rapport roll?
I certainly will.
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Okay.
That is fine. That is fine.
She looks at you. She picks up the flowers, she smells them. And she looks at you. What are you two doing in the back? You're holding this burlap wrapped gun. You're there in the back.
Yeah,
Are you just like
Oscar
frozen?
is-
Like, what are you doing?
No, Oscar's trying to like comfort
Yeah.
Regina as he extracts his burlap clad hand. He intends to shoot her if she's like, "You're Sylvie Moreau." Boom! That is the next sound that she hears is the bullet that kills her.
Tango,
That's
what are you doing?
Oscar's at.
She's
So what I'm doing here is assessing the situation because I'm trying to act like Papa Bear, you know, who's just like, this is, to me, this is a customer, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know the significance of this person.
You do not.
I have no clue. This.
You have no idea who this is at all. At
You
all.
would probably know Sylvie well enough to
That
like,
something is weird.
See, like when she's
Yeah, and that's why he went to
pop.
Papa Bear,
Yeah.
where he's just like, he's in complete deflect mode. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that his cover is actually the mover. Oh, what do you know? We got the baby coming. Oh, the baby coming on is as beautiful, but like a flower. You know what I mean? Then think about this. What if the bouquet that we give you for your arrangement? You know, this is. Yeah, it is not about. It is not about.
Sylvie needs to roll a will if you do not mind.
Is this a will for defense?
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, I can use a stunt on
You can
this.
use your stunt on this one.
Yeah, sucker. All right.
Mm-hmm. It's a 4.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my stunt on that.
That makes it a 4.
That makes it a 4.
So she's going to beat you by 1.
Oh come on, man.
She rolled a 5.
Well, what exactly am I defending against now? Just her piercing gaze?
She smiles at you warmly, kind of just ignoring Tango. Just, he's talking, it's not interesting. And she just moves in close to you. And she smiles, and it's so warm, her smile.
She already doesn't recognize me. We rolled.
No, that is correct. She does not recognize you, but
Now,
she smiles warmly.
Can I roll a report?
Like actually
to
warmly, or
deflect
like?
her?
I mean-
She beats you, so yes. She's currently beating you by 1, so yes. You feel it very warm. It's very warm.
Is there any way I can roll a report to deflect her to me?
Ooh. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Can.
Like
Yes.
yes. Old school World
Yeah.
of Warcraft,
Yes.
like pulling the
Taunt?
target to me.
But a report taunt.
Yeah, a report taunt.
If Tango were to
Look
do
at that.
Oh snap!
Ooh. That is where he stops and
Wait.
he's rubbing her belly.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's stunned by that.
No. If you want to interject, you're going to have to behave differently. And I will tell you what you pick up.
Okay.
What you pick up as she smiles very warmly at Sylvie, Evelyn. And the smile is warm. The smile is friendly. The smile is a little sexy. And as she just sort of steps in a little bit closer to Sylvie.
Oh no.
To clearly, it's very clear to you, Tango, that she's going to make a move on your gal in a kind of a seductive, she's going to try to lure her in and enchant her. And you know that it is going to work. The only way you can step in and take that taunt is you need to pull her attention to you and make yourself a more interesting snack than Sylvie.
Ooh, but I don't know. Oh, this is.
You have no idea who
Tango's-
this woman is.
But now, James Stiver,
Yeah.
me,
Mhm.
I'm just being honest. In this situation, I just throw my hands up like I ain't playing these games, girl. I'm getting out of here, right? But
If you don't want her fixating on Sylvie, you need to make yourself attractive.
so with that
rapport.
with that rapport, would I know the type of dude that would like? What is a type? Like,
yeah,
because otherwise Tango doesn't know which role to play.
That is correct. But that is a good role. Yes, you can ask me. You can ask me a question.
Okay, that question is, now, it's obvious. Tango doesn't know this, right?
Yeah.
But he's picking it up as we're going,
Yep.
right? So he's clearly understanding that, that she has a thing for my lady. So I know she has a thing for a lady. But if she had a thing for a dude, what would that be? Because that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. You can have a thing for a lady, and that's one type of thing. You have a thing for a dude, and that could be another type of thing. Like, what is her type? And that is what he's going to.
That's your question. What is her type?
What is her type?
I will tell you the answer to that question. The answer to that question is someone that she can manipulate, someone that she can get to fixate on her, someone that she can destroy by having them completely dependent on her.
No, you just
Yes.
described me in real life. Okay, let's do this. All right. So,
She wants somebody, but it has to be a decent challenge, right? It can't be too easy, but it has to be somebody who's got a vulnerability to them that she can exploit to make herself feel the center of the universe and amazing. But it has to be, it can't be like, you can't just be like an easy puppy. That's no fun. Like if you're just like an easy puppy, no, she wants to break you. She wants to take everything that is you, break it, and then have it for her own.
say no more. You do not have to say anything else, Trooper. Please don't anymore. It's a trigger. All
And
right, so,
her being, and look, her being pregnant and in this shop and maybe, you know, pretty but not too wealthy, that seems interesting. It seems like maybe this woman, maybe there's something that could be taken there. And I want to also note that you notice that she's doing this in front of her assistant lady, and her assistant lady feels a little uncomfortable. Not like, oh wow, there's awkward
this is
flirting.
It's a bold lady who's going to flirt with people, and she wants to see who flirts back and who is somebody that she can just bend to her knee. I understand. I know the type.
You might have been that type many years ago.
That's a complicated past relationship thing that you know about. All right, so Tango's gonna stop rubbing her belly and just he's gonna come around the corner of the flower shop, like where there's a display case, and he's gonna come over to her. He's gonna lightly put a hand on her back, and he's just gonna be like, "So tell me what you want." What are you looking for in a flower?
Well, that's an interesting question. I want something that will be impressive.
It's a pretty direct question. So, impressive. And what if I told you that I can get you something you can't find here in this shop?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And she glances. You rolled very well. It's a very quick glance. I imagine that Sylvie didn't pick up on it. It's a quick glance to Sylvie, as if to see if Sylvie's getting jealous. And she just steps a little bit closer to you.
I bet she would love it if Sylvie got jealous right now.
She might.
But it's so, and he's just going to look at Sylvie and come right back to her and be like, because
Sylvie sees all. This is not her first rodeo.
I imagine they have this, I imagine Sylvie and Tango already have this kind of like play-by-play of like someone trying to hit on one of the other, because they're that kind of couple, where one's trying to hit on the other in front of the other. Anyways, my point is, I'm going to look at her and kind of draw her in, lure her back in, and just be like, because I have an eye for beauty. You know what I mean?
She steps in between you and Sylvie. It's a very subtle move, so that you have to make sure she places herself so that you cannot be looking at Sylvie, so that you're looking at her, but Sylvie can see you looking at her.
Yeah, and before she can say anything, I'm also going to kind of lean in and whisper a little bit, and it's like, and not only do I have an eye for it, I know how to get it.
Sylvie is going to audibly huff, and like the flowers in her hand, she's gonna toss them down and just like stalk off into the back.
Can I get a deceive from you?
Oh yeah, is that a deceive?
Is it a well, that's a question. Is it a deceive? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because I think Sylvie understands at this point. I hope.
Yeah, and also she wants to let she also wants to get to the back to let them know what's going on.
In my fantasy world, Sylvie and Tango are very good communicators.
Hey, Raiders.
It was good.
That's
also, bear in mind, this one is not looking at her. Like her, she's not looking at her. Sylvie's behind her, and it seems like she's trying to like also evoke an emotion. And dude, like,
I'm gonna just note that Tango from his role has got a boost that I can just put on that one.
Yeah, we can do that.
She does not really pay attention. Like, she notes Sylvie's distress, which seems to please her, but not to Sylvie's face. And she's happy for Sylvie just to walk off. And she goes, well, what is your name?
Did we come up with a name for me?
No, but you have paperwork.
I forgot. I have paperwork. So we'll call me Pierre.
Your last name?
Yeah, Pierre last name. We're like, Madame, my name is Pierre. And I promise you I can get you what you need.
She steps back from you, and then she looks you up and down slowly.
Elevator eyes.
Elevator eyes, assessing your physique.
We've all been there, right?
Right.
I mean, sometimes.
Yeah, Garnier. Yep.
So literally in an elevator. Yeah, go for it.
She's assessing you like an animal would assess them they're about to eat. What your shoulder size is like, what size clothing you wear, what you would look like cleaned up.
We're sexting right now, I get it. in our minds?
I don't know
Go
if that's
for
what
it.
she's going for. She seems to be going for something a little bit different. And then she
Yeah.
just puts her finger right in the center of your chest, and she says, "Oh, well, you are married, so..."
I thought we were talking about flowers, madam.
I'm sure you would never cheat on your wife.
And he's just gonna look out to her assistant and out the window.
The assistant's looking very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A little pissed off, actually. A little
And
hurt.
he's gonna look at her and he's gonna do like a, oh my god, I hate this smile. Everybody who's, we've all seen a smile, and it's just that dick bag smile, you know, that fuckboy smile, that half grin, just like a, you know, like kind of a half Zoolander, like bullshit thing. And he's going to be like, I'm a dedicated man, and I'm dedicated to making sure that you get the right arrangement that you want.
And she leans in very close. It's like too close, really. And she says, "Well, in that case, perhaps this shop would be appropriate for my patronage. I certainly hope that..." And she just reaches out and she touches your bicep. You seem very...
Which is not as impressive as Oscar's, but still impressive for tango, by the way.
Just, I would be...
I don't mean to say that. Just sorry, Oscar. Just saying, it's a very impressive bicep if you were to line it up upon other biceps. It's just not Captain America. Go for it.
I imagine with your impressive physique that you are the one who delivers the flowers, I assume.
Oh, yeah. And he points out to the van, and this is when he starts acting a little. He started off bold, and he started off, confident. And this is when he kind of half looks over and he kind of shows that it's a bread truck. That's I deliver flowers for the shop. That's what I do.
Well, I'm having a party at the end of the week, and it'll be a Friday night. And I would appreciate if I think... And she just sort of snaps to the woman, and she goes, "Astrid, we'll take this shop. We'll use them for the flowers. Give them whatever details they need. It'll be next Friday, and I may have to return, or we could meet perhaps somewhere for a consultation on... Oh, perhaps you should come to the venue. I will leave your location. You could come visit to assess..." Oh, I'm sorry. Could you bring your wife out for one moment?
Sure. And I call out to her. Come out. We may have we have made a cell.
Oh, wonderful.
And she smiles at you and she says, "Your very handsome husband is
shit. Sorry.
Is quite a very good salesman. I'm very impressed. So we will be taking this business. I'm afraid I'll have to take your husband with me for a consultation about the venue. Probably in a few days' time. It might be late. I'm sure you won't mind, will you?" I mean, this shop is... my business is very important.
Just go ahead and shoot her. Shoot her right now.
He's going
Just
to
take the gun and shoot her right in the face.
Evelyn's going to try... Going to look visibly uncomfortable.
I mean, this shop, I'm sure, could use all sorts of business. And I don't know if you know who I am.
Oh, absolutely. No, we definitely want your business. It's very important to us. How late would you need to
No one knows. But your husband is very happy to come. Yes. Looking at the husband. And the assistant is just, like, really upset right now, but can say nothing.
And I'll be like, madam, do you mind if I walk you to your car?
And she smiles at Sylvie and she says, of course.
Yeah. And I'm going to look back at Sylvie and just be like, I'll be right back. And just,
of course, it's important.
I have to be a gentleman, madam.
Right, it's important for the customers.
Of course, yeah, for the customers. Come on. And he's gonna put his hand out so that she can.
And she takes it
hook the arm
in this, but she hooks her arm in slowly. She just kind of like slides her hand down your forearm to make the link, and she does it so that Sylvie can see. She makes sure that Sylvie can see that this is not just like oh, but more like a oh.
He has to hold back the urge to vomit, but he will continue walking. Yes. And he's going to open the door for the assistant first and then for her. And he's going to make the big grand gesture. And he's going to look over at Sylvie as if he knows like both their backs are against. And he's just like, I hate all of this.
No, and as soon as like they're out and he looks back, Sylvie's just going to kind of smirk at him and like start smoking.
It's not funny, Sylvie.
And
he's just gonna like that eye is just like, it's not funny. This isn't a joke, okay? I don't like.
And then she's gonna, and then as he's leaving, she's gonna be the.
And you take her out to the car, this nice black sort of luxury car, and
madam, let me get the door for you.
And she goes, and she stops for one moment. She goes, yes, that would be perfect.
The flowers.
And she just motions to the door.
He opens the door for her.
And there's a man in there in a long black trench coat, dark suit. He looks punchable. And
oh no, it's a Chad, isn't it? He's wearing a vest and it has like some university fucking sports ball team on it, doesn't it?
He's in a very sharp suit. Very sharp suit, and she
I hate Chads.
She puts her hand out so that you can help her into the car.
So I help her into the car,
and she slips a little so that she has to hold on to you.
Oh no!
As she slides into the car. And she
Madam,
goes,
I'm sorry you slipped.
This is my husband.
Oh, and he's gonna look over the husband and. Oh, Tango has been in a situation so many times before where he has bamboozled people. And he's going to look straight into the eyes of the lover, of the person who he is bamboozling. And he's going to go, my dearest sir, I hope you and your wife have a wonderful night, and we are going to take care of her the best I possibly could.
Oh, she likes that very much because it makes her husband look terrible.
Yes, and he's gonna take out his hand and try to shake. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna do that, and he's gonna be like, "She will be well taken care of in every possible way."
And the assistant comes up to the front, and they're going to drive, and the two guards with guns sort of go into a trail car, and they're going to drive off. Speaking of which, hey, Pro DM Joey, let's go back to the back room. Welcome in.
Oh, Tango's done.
Let's look in the back room, everybody. There's a moment where you two are in there, and this whole conversation is happening out front. What are you doing back there, y'all?
We should kill them. Here now.
Sylvie's been back there at this point too, right?
Not yet. You're gonna walk in in like 2 seconds.
Think about it, Regina. There are so many people. The Germans have been told not to travel the streets alone.
I don't think Regina knows what to do. She doesn't know what to do.
I would like Oscar to note this.
Freezes.
We could follow them. We could.
We can't kill her here. We can't kill her here.
Oh, yes, I can.
No, you can't. We just got here. We can't taint this place with more people's blood.
They haven't seen you. And she might see me, but it won't do her any good.
You don't understand. It's not about her seeing us. She's going to see us. The neighbors have a dog.
Yeah, the dog's here.
There's dogs here.
Oh no, I need to mute myself.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's not about that. This cannot be a place of violence.
She has wronged you. She has hurt you deeply. Yes?
She's wronged a lot of people.
No, I do not care about a lot of people. I care about you. She has wronged you, yes.
Yes, and she will get what's coming to her. She has a party, and I'm going.
That is her field. She will be surrounded by her troops.
Yes, well, she won't expect me to walk through the door.
This is when Sylvie emerges. She's not going to stay for very long, but she's going to be here. And Sylvie, when you walk in, you see Oscar and Regina. Oscar's got a gun out that's been wrapped in wet burlap. And Regina is holding onto this, and she has got a tear running down her face. I imagine she's quite pale at this point in time. And and she's shaking.
When Sylvie comes in, she rushes in like she's really like flustered and like jealous or something like that. She rushes in, and then she's like, "We have a problem.
It can be easily solved.
We have neighbors."
This is a time of war.
Well, yes, but there are also soldiers out front. They didn't come alone. And anyway, I imagine you heard who it is, yes?
Yeah.
Well, Tango's chumming her up right now, and she seemed to be real excited that I threw a little jealousy fit.
Oscar would just kind of, not side-eye by any stretch of the imagination, but not fully engage gaze-wise Regina, but definitely take her in its periphery.
Going to go. I have to be back at the apartment where I am needed. And I should shop for a dress. I will see you tomorrow morning.
She does not look like she's doing well. I'm just going to point that out. Like, I don't know I don't think if any of you have ever seen Regina like this before.
You can't.
She grabs her coat.
No. Hey, no.
Is this now? Are you assuming the role of like you're putting your clothes back on for our alias?
Yeah. She's like switching clothes.
Sylvie starts like stopping her. No, and she's like stopping her, trying to stop her from putting the coat on. So to the point that Sylvie is going to like try and slip into the coat with her, and like as she puts the like wraps the coat around, Sylvie's gonna put her arm in the other coat arm, just to like stop her from putting it on.
Fine, then I'm going without my coat.
Well, you'll freeze to death, and then you won't get anywhere.
Oscar looks at Regina. This is the field where you need to see her first. Together then. Around the front, walking along the street. The two of us. Are you ready for this? Can you see her? Face her?
She can't see me like this.
So Sylvie's gonna take off her hat and kind of like start fixing up her hair and like kind of getting it all nice and and like start kind of like doing the thing that people did back in the day, like pinching her cheeks and getting them all like, and
she can't
Dot,
see us together.
We will see them here.
Dot, I feel like this is I feel like you need to defend. this seems to be like an emotional shock for you, an emotional assault of some sort. I feel like I think you need to make a will defense.
She just walked in the front door
Mm-hmm.
of our new hidey hole. Nowhere is safe.
Yeah, that seems like okay. Dot, let's you and I have a quick discussion about.
By the way, it should be the name of the episode.
Nowhere is safe. Write that down. So this is basically a mental attack against you, right? Nobody's doing it. It's the situation. This is very difficult for you. Let's have a quick discussion. How difficult of a stressor do you think this is for Regina? Do you think this is a great at a +4, a superb at a +5? How difficult is this for her? How difficult of a challenge is this? I mean, I don't think it's legendary, but I think it can be anywhere between 4 to 6. And I want you to tell me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, this is probably one of the hardest things Regina's ever had to do in the field.
Yep.
Ever.
Yep.
And she didn't even face her. She was
Yep.
just in the room next door.
Yep.
So, like, there's clearly some trauma, y'all.
Yep. Yep.
Can I do something that could help on that, though? I imagine between after the last episode when Sylvie had the conversation with Hannah, the immediate next thing she would have done is talk to the entire group about this. So at this point, too, while Regina's
that might make it worse because Regina knows that this woman wants to find.
Wait, you told Regina that she made contact with Hannah?
I imagine that would have happened, yeah.
Well, she hasn't actually made contact, but she's looking for her.
She's looking for her.
That she's looking for Hannah. Well, then okay. No, Regina's done. She's broken. She will, I would say at this point.
It's a 6? 6, 7?
Yeah, that tips it off at being a much higher because her stress is already high thinking that she's hunting Hannah. And then she walks in the front door of their brand new front.
Okay, so are you thinking this is a 6, 7? What do you think?
No. I think it's a, what did you say, 4 or 6? I think
4,
it's a
5, 6. 6? All right. So you're failing that by 5. Right now, I want you to know that I think it is very clear to Oscar and Sylvie that she is not doing well in a way you probably have never seen her not do well. Dot, do you want to do anything about this right now? You've got you're down by 5. You're down by 5. That's 5 shifts you have to soak. You've got there'll be mental stress and consequence.
I could soak it. I could soak all the mental stress.
Yeah, you have like what, 3? So that'd be you have to take a
so
mile.
I can take 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I can only check 1 box on the stress box, right?
That's correct.
In the scene.
For a roll.
I want to say though, I want to propose had they talked about this, it wouldn't have been mentioned offhand, right? Like because Oscar had already mentioned that they had run into her, that she was coming to town. So when Sylvie brought this up, I don't think it would have just been like, hey, by the way, she's looking for them. It would have been, hey, this is going down. We're going to make a plan. We're going to figure out what's going on. And so I think that would actually be something that makes it less difficult because there would be some sort of structure for Regina to then, it wouldn't just be all total chaos. Like
make an empathy roll.
I will, because I think at this point they would have talked about it. They would have tried to figure something out. And I think when this is happening in the flower shop, I think both Oscar and Sylvie would be able to be like, hang on, you remember what we talked about? We knew that she was going to be here. We knew that we were going to have to face her.
We didn't know she was going to be here. The whole point was to be
in Paris. We knew that she was going to be in Paris.
Can Oscar help with this empathy roll?
Yes. This is an empathy roll to do what I would call it as a retroactive create an advantage, where what you're doing is that you create an advantage last month to sort of set up an emotional support for Regina. Regina, can you roll will? Ooh. Ooh. Oscar.
The dice don't want you to
Oscar?
be prepared for her.
So I think with the help though, it would have been a 3.
Yeah, that's a 3 out of 4.
Okay.
What that says is that you have tried, unless you spend some fate points to build that up. What this looks like to me is you've got that +1 bonus from Oscar. That's a 3 versus 4, which means that last month you tried to sort of build an emotional support for her, but she doesn't buy. She's not buying it at the moment, right? It's not getting through unless if you spend a fate point, then that will get you enough to put an aspect on there that she can use to help.
Let me ask a question. If we spend a fate point, okay, here's the question I need to ask Dot.
Yep.
Would Regina, Dot, is this something, and this would be something that in this moment in the shop that Oscar would know, potentially Sylvie as well. If we are retroactively like prepping and getting ready, hey, you're going to see her, she's coming, she's the Paris, would Regina have shined them on? Like,
yeah, that's the
okay,
question.
Am I ready? I am ready. I feel it. I'm like, just would have been not a false bravado. No, I'm not belittling Regina to say that. I'm saying that, like, would she have kind of given them a sense of that she was ready to do this when she knew deep down that she was not? Like, that's
the question.
Where Oscar is right now.
The real question is, was she ever really ready to deal with this? She may have told you she was, and probably made it look really good.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other question too, though, is it's at this point, it's also not just that it's is she ready, but also we have to protect Hannah.
Yes. Yeah.
So like the system that we talked about the last month being in place to help Regina prepare for this run-in, but also to try and do whatever it is.
But not here.
Yeah.
But not here.
Not here. Like we weren't expecting it here and now.
But
like,
I mean, today, y'all, this whole roll started because y'all are trying to take her out there and confront her.
I'm not.
We're not going. Regina's not going on the street.
Yeah,
she doesn't want to see her now. I think this is the wrong place, wrong time, and definitely connects Regina back to Sylvie and the entire operation.
What I think this means
is a like hide in the corner.
Yeah.
Moment,
no. Sylvie is trying to keep Regina just from leaving the shop,
so that she may not accidentally run into her. She's like, stay in the back.
Because she's just not in a state. She's not in a state to be alone. She's not in a state to be wandering into a building of Nazis.
And in this timeline, by the way, is outside the window that everyone can see.
Except that they're in the back, so they can't see outside the window.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, right now, is that where Tango is, where he's...
Not yet, because you're actually flirting with her in the front.
Okay. In this timeline.
Yep.
Okay. Sure.
So it sounds to me like she let you know that she was ready for this, but that she wasn't.
Well, and also being ready.
Yeah.
No
one's ready for this.
Preparing for her to just like waltz into the flower shop either. It was more of just like being ready to deal with.
I feel like that's 5 shifts for Regina. That's like 3 mental and 2 for a minor consequence.
A mild one.
Mm-hmm. Because you take 3 for your 3 from stress and then 2 for a consequence. And you can think about what that consequence is right now. You can ponder it. But clearly there's going to be something that's lingering with you, right? Some kind of, this has hit you in a way. So, at this point in time, I feel like you're probably still shaking, yes? Still not in a great state.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear Tango call for his wife to come out so that his wife can be humiliated a little bit by this woman. Although she does not internalize it.
Sylvie/Evelyn's just going to almost audibly roll her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, all right, well, I'm back on. And just kind of roll back out to the front.
Mm-hmm. Leaving Oscar and Regina back there together again. Regina's not doing well.
As soon as Sylvie has left and it's just Oscar back there, he will lower the gun, no more posturing. I'm sorry.
For what?
It's a proposition to face her. You are right. This is not the place.
I just don't want her to endanger everybody here.
She is in the city, so she's already put us in danger, but you will have to see her. And there will be no... Once she sees you, then she will see you. No matter what you're wearing, no matter who you are, she will see you.
Well, then it's a good thing I'm not who I was.
Oscar doesn't look convinced. That is the thing about the past. I believe that I had moved past Mel, that I had forgotten him, that I had protected him, and by my absence and my isolation, it kept him safe. But then I had seen him, and I watched him die.
You know, I was really angry at my father forever. And when the SOE presented an opportunity to kill him, I took it with great ease. Seemed like the right thing to do. Satiate that burning rage, or the same feeling. It rattles at my chest. I regret dearly killing my father. I don't want to regret, even if she is a witch.
Is that my cat or your cat? Okay.
Definitely my cat.
You are being asked to do much. Your father, Volker. This, when love is involved in this way, you and I know this is more difficult.
Yeah.
I will be with you. I will stand at your side, but this is
She can't see you yet.
Oh, she will see me. Not today. She will see me with you. Then she will know there's a game to play.
Just what I need, more games.
That is all that she knows.
She knows a lot of things.
She plays them well.
So what makes her dangerous?
She is the needle, sewing and creating. Elias is a hammer. They are well matched. And he would put his one in a hearkening back to my paternal grandparents, in a German example of high emotional exchange, Oscar would reach out and put his hand on Regina's shoulder if she will allow it.
Yeah.
She would. Especially at this point. We've been living together, what, like a month?
Right. And with that high emotional exchange of hand on shoulder, he would say, they are a good match, but do not believe they are a match for us.
She smiles a little bit. I don't know how much solace she finds in it, but she does appreciate the gesture, and she puts a hand back on your shoulder.
And that is the moment where we sort of slide our camera outside, where Tango is turning around and leaving the car to head back towards the shop, because Stiver had a great description that he wanted to tell us, and I know it. This is that moment. While they're in the back trying to get some kind of their handle on things, knowing that this woman has put out... She has spoken to people who know people who know people who know Hannah, and that she's looking for Hannah. She needs a doctor. And it looks like she's just arrived. She hasn't been here long because she's trying to set up her party. And this is the moment, and we have at this point in time Marie, who's in the front. We have Sylvie, who's in the front. Luke's in the way back, and we have Regina, Oscar in the regular back, and Tango's coming back in. You give us your description.
So I'm gonna come back in like, oh my, oh, gross. That woman is gross.
Yes, I expect you to disinfect that arm.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that immediately. Cause right in front of her dude, like right in front of her man.
Her dude, did you see her assistant? She was
No, I saw her husband right there, and she's just wow. I know. I mean, okay, so I guess this is a good opportunity for us.
Tango.
Yeah.
You weren't there. I totally forgot. You don't know who that is, do you?
No, they just wanted some flowers, and they seem very important. So we're gonna get them some flowers. I might have to.
Oh, Tango.
Figure some things out, and also I think she wants me to have an affair, but I'm not going to do it. Don't worry. I'm not. She
comes over and she's about to grab, she's about to put her arm around his arm, but then she and then goes to the other side and puts his arm and guides him over to the far corner.
Am I gonna have to poison her or something? Because I really don't want to have sex with that woman. Please don't make me have sex with that woman. I really don't want to have sex with that woman.
If you do, you will immediately explode or descend into hell, or maybe both. Okay. I'll have to kill you. That would it'd really be hard to be a single parent in my life, and I really hate to do that.
A lot of plans.
Yeah, that would be hard.
That's not great.
That's Regina's crazy ex.
Excuse me?
You know the real crazy one, the real scary one, with the scary eye, the one who eats souls.
No.
Literally.
Souls. Oh, gross. Oh yeah, no.
The one who
Could you tell me that before I try to seduce her? Because
I didn't tell you to seduce her.
I thought you said with your eyes, seduce her so we can get the cell.
No, that I think that was just you doing that. I mean, I appreciated it. She did seem to be fixated in my direction, which.
Yeah, I think she was trying to seduce you actually first, and then I just was like, "Oh, why don't you seduce me instead?" And then.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's her loss, and it would have made it easier to shank her in the side. But you can shank her in the side. That's fine.
No one's gonna shank anyone.
Oh my God!
Can we talk about no more shanking on the side? Can we talk about that? By the way, that's the thing we need to talk.
Immediately turns and just leaves and goes to the back again. And as she's going to the back, Tango, she's just expecting that he's going to follow her.
Yeah,
yeah, like a puppy. He's just going to be like Tango. He's like, oh, okay.
And Marie, Luke's mom, sort of gets up because she was like, "This looks bad. I'm going to be behind." And we all go back to the back. She takes her station at the front of the shop so that someone is there, and all four of you are in the back, and you can hear Luke whistling. Right in the out in the back in the inner courtyard. He seems to be having a pretty good day out there in the back. Perhaps he's found love. That
suits Regina's heart.
Oh.
And you four are right there in the back room.
Trust me, I'm all for Luke finding love.
Yeah, I imagine she's kind of by the back door, like smoking vigorously on a really poorly hand-rolled cigarette.
As soon as Sylvie walks into the back, she's going to kind of lean over to Oscar. How's she doing?
Well, she is, she's preparing.
That's good. Yeah, that seems good. There's this one time when I had this oh God, was that threesome or a foursome? Anyway, there was this gal involved, I got really close with, and there was this guy involved. And anyway, we were playing a show together the next night, but then we had a falling out, and well, anyway, the show was really awkward. so I can somewhat relate.
You can see, and I don't know if Trooper needs a roll for this. You can see in Oscar's face that though it's been a while, he understands completely what you're talking about. He has been in a similar situation. The stage is it's not a place for forgiveness.
It's a cold, cold place indeed. I'm gonna see how she's doing. And Sylvie's gonna go to her. Very carefully, cautiously, even.
I have to buy a dress.
We're not dissimilar in size, and if you need a really fancy one, I do have some that didn't get sold. I could obtain one for you, a real nice one.
Great, that'd be great.
Take something off your plate.
Yeah, yes, so many things on my plate. I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna attend her party. We'll be catering it. I think we should plan for Tango to be there. She seems to like him. I would like to avoid taking Luke if at all possible. Save his soul.
Yeah.
She will want to feed off the enjoyment of humiliating you, so be there, Sylvie.
Well, I know how to play any role, so I'll be able to play the mournful wife. Oh no, have I lost my figure already? Oh, has my man got wandering eyes? That's so sad. Oh, the tragedy is upon me. As she's doing this, and she kind of like glances over, and she sees that it's not really getting a reaction. So she
would you make a rapport roll?
Oh, to make
I'm
it
sorry,
really
no.
good.
This is an empathy roll, is what this is, because what she's trying to do is put your mental consequence into recovery. Is what she's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to sort of like cheer you up,
Am I allowed to help with this?
Yes, you can.
I'm
Yeah.
here as well, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would also like to help.
Tell me how you two are going to help her, because she's clearly upset. She's got something. I don't know what it is yet. I don't know what the consequence is that Dot is thinking about that is currently plaguing her.
I know what it is.
What is your consequence? It's mild.
Distracted.
Distracted.
She's entirely distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Am I rolling the empathy?
Yes, because you're in the talking, but I want to know how our other members of the brigade are going to try to aid in this.
Well, I hope that your aiding looks as good as my
Nice.
funny jokes that are hilarious.
Refocusing. That's what Oscar would be.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Regina doesn't normally ever need this. It's kind of new territory, especially for Oscar. But Oscar would know that, she is the commander of the cell. It's not something she's forgotten. It's something that there's been a traumatic event.
Yep.
And there just needs to be a refocus. And, whenever somebody faces trauma, getting them back towards and directed, it's something that they excel at is normally the approach that you want to take. And so he has no quarter given here.
Yep.
He would immediately turn to Regina and ask what needs to be done.
Okay.
And what about Tango? How's he helping her?
So, am I rolling, or was that a plus?
This will be a +1 from both of you,
okay,
but I need to know how you do
it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play into, and this is more the comedy aspect of it, and I'm going to play right into Sylvie, where I just start like, oh no, she's totally going to take us. And he's going to actually take her in his arms, and he's going to dance with her. And
Wait, Sylvie or Regina?
Sylvie.
Okay.
So he's going to take Sylvie in his arms. He's going to dance with like, oh, she's totally going to take you. And he's going to spin her around,
Oh, no.
Oh no! And he's going to
I'm going
bend
to
her
save
over,
her.
and he's going to rub that pregnancy belly, you know. And he's going to he's just going to add that lightheartedness to it. Like, yeah, sure, we know she's evil and shit, but
Like, we're
she
not
can't.
fooled.
But we can't. She can't break us. Is the point
The group.
here? Because we're family here, all of us, and he's gonna look at her and wink and just like wink and be like, yeah, you know, because that totally happened. And he's gonna laugh.
When Tango takes Sylvie and they start to dance, Oscar would break from the soldier for a second, and he would kind of turn and shoulder up with Regina as they watch the pair dance, and he would lean over and whisper into her ear, "Don't worry, at the party we will be much better dancers than that."
I heard that. I heard that.
I imagine. So what? That's a 6.
Yes, it is, and that
puts it in recovery.
That is more than enough to put it in recovery, indeed.
Okay, so as I imagine,
Still gonna be a problem for about 2 days, but
right, ridiculous as they kind of dance around. It starts out kind of as a laugh, and then I imagine it breaks down kind of crying. And as they dance and they laugh, and Regina kind of cries it out on Oscar's shoulder. I don't know, maybe it ends in like a dip or some kind of flourish, and when she gets to the other end of it, she kind of turns and she goes, "Wait. She's looking for a doctor. Hannah is a very specific kind of doctor. She's pregnant." I look right at Sylvie, as if there's like this kind of light bulb that like goes off in her head, my head, Regina's head. Right?
Supposedly, but yeah, I mean that you can't really have that done unless you have. There are certain conditions that have to be met in order to have that kind of a procedure done.
Oscar, do you still want to kill her?
Right now? They've already driven off.
I would like to. If Oscar does not want to, I would like to.
Not right now.
I didn't say that I didn't like to. I said I would have to run if.
No, but I would.
I have the wrong shoes on.
Oscar,
I have very quick feet.
Her husband is your best friend, right? Or is your whatever it is.
Wow, you guys really need to tell me, with every person who comes in his shop, you need to tell me if you're an ex or you're a best friend or something.
Regina's like pulling things out of thin air.
Everyone's my ex.
Okay. You know that he's married to her. If he's married to her, he's being used by her because she uses everyone. I would put the money that I don't have on the fact that he is as miserable as I was. Yes.
He is a miserable, rage-filled man.
I imagine that her spurning doesn't help the situation.
You don't think the child is his?
Another light bulb goes off. Maybe not.
Juicy.
But I imagine that if he had his way, and it could work out, he would be better off without her.
Perhaps. It depends on...
And deadly miscarriages happen all the time.
She would kill her on the table.
She wouldn't.
She would never.
I would. I know where Hannah does the operations. I'm just saying, if we can find out more information and we know what is going on, either the pregnancy is good enough blackmail, especially if it is not his.
Yeah.
If it's not...
She'll recognize you, though. Even your eyes, even if you put something over your face, your mouth. She'll recognize your eyes, you know.
Oh, I hope she does.
Hey, just like internal question about like, you know, if he's anything and miserable, et cetera, you know, that sort of like about like, you know, being with her makes you sort of miserable. Can I just ask that question though? Out of all the PCs here, who's the one that has dated her? I think it was Regina, right? So just a question about like how miserable you were while you were dating her. So you were in college? How much did you love her?
so much.
How much around her finger were you?
So wrapped around her finger. Okay,
No.
so
Would you have just left her?
No.
I mean, no, but the fact of the matter is,
do you think that Regina back then ever would have thought that she would have been better off without her? Could she have left her? Well, she didn't, did she? Just noting that she seemed to have she seems like, you know how sometimes people outside are like, oh wow, she's the worst, but on the inside you're like, but I love her.
Oscar. Yeah, okay, so there's some struggle. We're not there yet. She doesn't have to face that fear yet.
It
sounds good.
What would be more important to him, though? His loyalty to the politic, or this wife that's running around causing a ruckus?
If she's who I think she is, those are one and the same right now. Loyalty to both her and the Fuhrer are the same.
Same thing, yes. He needs to be disgraced. Properly. What better way than to find out that your wife died on the table with a miscarriage of a baby that wasn't yours?
That's real dark.
But he's Gestapo. He controls the stories that comes out.
Maybe. But he doesn't always control the internal stories, and I know you know that, Oscar.
Yeah. But I would be inclined to learn the identity of the father.
How could we possibly learn that?
Well,
I look directly at Sylvie. What would she love to brag about more to a woman who just had a child than the fact that she is pregnant?
I wonder if she would tell Regina. Is that the she might?
I'm not there yet, Trooper.
I'm just saying that I bet you would love that.
Regina is, her train is starting to speed up a little bit. Regina goes, I need to think. I need to walk. If Falstaff comes by, tell him I have a radio broadcast going out. Tonight, sundown, bunker, be there. There's something I want us to do together.
Is it a late night movie party?
I look at Oscar. I mean, I look at Tango. No, it is not a late night movie party.
I keep asking, but you always decline.
It's a bonding exercise.
Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, no, I'll be there. Well, me and Sylvie will be there. Sylvie, we don't have any plans, right? We're good?
No, Cars isn't until the night after.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be there.
Great. Wonderful. This will be enlightening. I will see you. Sundown.
Bell at the door. You're in the back, but you hear that there's a bell at the door. There's some
I'm
chatting.
back in the other close, so I can't actually take the front.
Yeah.
So Regina goes out the back.
Maria's, Maria's out there.
Sylvie's just gonna go out the front again.
And I mean, it was a very quick, brief exchange, and Marie's like, "Oh, the mailman came. There's letters."
Oh, anything good?
Something for Hannah.
Hannah?
Something, and like just kind of goes through the mail, and she says, "Oh, he said something that he said there's like a letter." So looks at it. This is with no return address, just like a blank envelope, and hands the letters. She hands the letters to you all.
Sylvie's gonna look through. She's not gonna open them. She's just gonna look through and see who everyone is for.
Mostly general mail for the shop, but there's one that has no address on it, and one for Hannah. And that is not addressed to this shop, by the way.
Who's it addressed to?
It's to Hannah at her medical establishment. Like, you know, the office of where her medical office was.
Oh, what's
but
the
they're
one?
sending.
Is that the one with no address? Is that the one with no return address?
No. There's one that has no address to or from, just a blank envelope.
Oh,
and
well,
one.
Somebody's gonna open that one up.
It's in code.
Ugh.
Well, it's enciphered. It's enciphered.
I cannot believe she's gonna like dash out the back real quick, and she's gonna peek out the back door to see if Regina has gotten away yet.
She might have stopped briefly to
just
talk
to
Luke or something because he was out there.
Yeah.
Regina. Oh! I think she would have been like yelling past, not realizing that Regina had stopped to talk to Luke. and be like startled that she's right there.
What?
You will make me go into an early labor. And she's just gonna like slap the cipher message on her. I don't think any of the rest of us can deal with this.
The
Tango could.
Game. I was about to say, yeah.
She's just gonna listen. That's just what she says.
I look at it, and Regina has a moment of like, "Can I handle this today?"
I can pass it on to Tango if you don't want it.
Probably
like
not.
Sort of thing.
She hands it back and she says, "Just have Tango tell me what it says."
By the way, the letter to Hannah is in a very nice, it's a really nice cream-colored envelope. Very fancy.
What's that one?
Oh, yeah. This one's for Hannah.
I'll deliver that one.
Are you heading over there? I thought you were going back to your fancy palace.
No, I was headed home.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Which home?
There's only one home.
Fair.
The other one's not home.
Yeah, that's fair.
So she's gonna start. She's gonna hand it over.
Yeah, and I kind of take that letter from Hannah and I put it in my side bag and.
It's clearly a card, or an invitation.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
not
size.
It's not mine to open. It's not mine to open. I leave.
Tango, give me a tradecraft. When you get the letter, it's encoded, so you have to but you have to decode it. But you're very good at this. This is something that this is something that you can do, no problem. Like it's just like detail work. It takes a little bit of time. It takes like 15-20 minutes to decode it. You have to just kind of go through this process. Fractured Avatar asks, why are letters to Hannah coming to the shop? That's a great question, especially since it was not addressed to the shop. However, if you're getting that letter, that means you know it's coming from Falstaff. Like you did not see the mailman, but that also means that Falstaff is probably going by Hannah's shop. So when you go through it, it's clearly information from Falstaff, sort of like an update about what's happening. And he lets you know that Adolf Hitler, that he has sources in the State Department. You can infer that. That is not said, but that's the only place you're going to get this information. Adolf Hitler has just put out a new policy. It's called Nacht und Nebel, so like night and fog policy, where a number of things, if the military courts in whatever country that they are occupying do not give the death penalty to people for usually not that difficult sentences within like a week or two, then they will just be deported to Germany to have it taken care of. And so basically, if the French courts don't do what the Germans want, those French people will just be shipped to Germany, and who knows what will happen to them. And also, according to the information, the Gestapo, because they have been given this authority, interestingly, and I will note this is not the German military command, but the Gestapo can just take people now in the middle of the night, take them away, ship them off.
There's nothing that can be done.
And what's interesting is this is technically still France. And so there's a new policy wherein people are going to just go missing in night and fog, that they now have a policy allowing them to do that. And he was like, hey, heads up, watch out for this, because people might just start going missing. And this is now an official policy. Look out for that. And then, so like that's a thing. And then it also says that he's been hearing rumors of someone else trying to recruit that he doesn't think are the communists, and that you should keep your ears open, see what you can find out.
Okay, I will relate this to everyone. Basically, at the end of that, I'm just going to be like, well, Gestapo certainly has a little more clout and reason for us to hear them, just so you know.
Oscar, you hear this. If you want to give me a discover action, you can, and I feel like it would be academics or tradecraft probably would be the thing to go with.
I can pick either. I'll pick academics. They are both equally awful. Yep.
You don't like, it's weird, but you don't know what that implies about the politics. Like, you don't know what the politics of that might be, because that's you're a bit more on the ground. Yeah, this would be like this would either be academics or politics to figure out what that might mean in terms of academics or tradecraft to figure out what that might mean in terms of implications, larger implications of this one. But Gestapo is going to be running around kidnapping people if they feel like it. And the French courts had better start killing people really quickly, or else they will lose those people. Let's talk about what happens for the rest of the day. Until your evening bonding time? I imagine our good old Holgar has to go to work. And you've been given a little bit of a brief. You're not in charge, but there are people. And your boss comes up to you. It's like a colonel. And the colonel is like, Leixner.
Jawohl.
And there's this little smile because he appreciates having somebody who is a good, loyal ideologue. He likes a good ideologue. He says, we need your... And he's got this fellow, he's quite short, right? He's probably like 5'2", this fellow. And he is very, very broad-shouldered and a little bit rounder than he should be. But he's in there, and he's actually younger than you might think he'd be, right? He's one of these people who probably would not have done well before the Nazi regime, but the Nazi regime likes to promote young people because old people are like, we don't want to have anything to do with you. And so there are a lot of young people who may be interesting in their qualifications that sort of get to places for being really loyal. And he's got sort of like green eyes. He's got a haircut that looks a lot like Hitler's, but he's sort of like a sandy brown hair. And he goes, well, Leixner, we have some work to do. Your briefs is, well, the Führer's announced a new policy that is about, it's not that important, it's just about, well, law enforcement, that sort of a thing. But what I'll need from you is we need the right messaging on this. I want you to come up with some sort of copies that will give the French papers, or the French radio. We want something that, we want the French people to feel intimidated by this. We want them to feel that, really, this is not for the French citizens, this is for the French bureaucracy. They are so slow. They never do the things they should be doing. It's like they are lazy, not fast, you know? So this will get a bit of a fire up their butts. So, some things I want some sort of stories that we can give the papers to give that will sound like you're a French person, but will put pressure on the court, something like this. Make it sound like you're coming from a French citizen, a French reporter, politician, something like this. You have that job. Also, there is something else. We have and he looks around and he pulls out this photograph of Elias and Nicolette, and they're this couple, and they're standing next to each other, and he's in uniform, and she's smiling on his arm, and she looks so dainty, and they look gorgeously airbrushed, and says, this is the new head of the Paris Gestapo. We want some sort of puff piece that makes them seem glamorous and friendly, but also our brief is that we want them to feel impressive. There's a lot of violence in the streets. We want We want the feelings that they will help make everything safer. We want to generate goodwill towards them and the Gestapo. Specifically, and he says this is quite important. Make sure you do the other one, but this one here, there's it's important to make sure you get the Gestapo looking good. Also, and he goes through, he's like, here's another story I want you to work on. This is about a Gestapo raid on a resistance cell. I wanted to make sure that you come up with good copy so that it's the Gestapo who are known to have caught them, not the French police or military intelligence, to make this a Gestapo lead. Don't mention the French Gestapo were involved, but this was small. Minimize the impact. And if you could actually tie this to the new leader of the Gestapo, just change the dates a little bit so that it is for when he's here. He's not really been installed yet, but just we want to generate good feelings of comfort, and with the Gestapo, it's necessary, but also emphasize that this new head fellow has only just arrived, but immediately within like 1 or 2 days he's catching terrorists. Again, use all the same keywords we want, Judeo-communist, de Gaullist, terrorist, make sure you have all that in there. Emphasize friendship between the French and the Germans. Emphasize that the French need to be more cooperative, but pretend as if you're a French person saying it. We'll have the fellow at the radio say it all. And yes, any questions?
And he would just, shake his head in the negative. I understand completely. I will make sure that the new Gestapo head looks as powerful as his portrait, and his wife is French. They need to know that there is a guiding light for them. There needs to be fear, but there also needs to be direction and order. And that would be said here. And now this with the first puff piece was about the night and the mist, right? Or night and the fog. Right?
Yep.
Then he would almost like he's pitching something in Mad Men. He would look over at him and be like, I can see it now. They are the French. They are screaming for protection. They are evil. They are demons in the night. They are all of the Jews and everyone. They are coming for them. They are threatening the very fabric of France. But there's hope. The Reich has come. There's order. They say that the sun never sets on the British. Well, they do not own the night.
Really performance, acting. Because I would say that this sort of advertising copy is more performance, like it's a bit of art. Sort of thinks about it and he goes, And you notice he catches something on your desk. Because you have like an inbox tray that has like assignments that are dropped off. Because they want you to do a lot of coming with pieces that are not technically coming from you all, but are theoretically coming from French people, but they're not. And through a lot of little different assignments you have to do. And there's an assignment that's on the top that you haven't seen because you've been away, that somebody has dropped on your desk, and he notices it, and he just picks it up and he takes it away from your desk, as if you don't need to do that story. As you're giving the pitch, and he's like, yeah, and he just notices the story on your desk. And he just decides to pick it up and take it away from your desk.
Can I spend? This is stupid, but can I spend my fate point here to create an advantage? Would that give me enough to get an advantage or a boost or something? I don't know what I was. Listen, if Oscar's going to do anything, whether it's a fake persona or his he wants to be an up and comer.
Yeah.
He wants to get the better stories. He wants more information, more trust. Like he did with Tristan. This guy's buying what he's selling, then he's going to be interested in how Oscar makes sausage. And
you will need to spend a fate point to get that 3 up to a 5 so that you can get an advantage. Yeah,
I'll do that.
What's the aspect?
The aspect would be Man, I'm actually gonna go with, because of the reason why he wants to do this and climb to help people like he did before.
Yeah.
I'm going with my trouble, empathy above orders. And this is what he's setting himself up and making himself more higher profile to get more information. So
and if you would like, we will give you an aspect. Now, if you would like to know what's on that paper, I'm going to need a discover action that's awareness.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely do the roll.
Do it.
That's poor.
You see a face. It's like it's clearly some sort of he moves too quickly and you're in the middle of the pitch, so you cannot catch any of the text on it, but you see a man's face. You see a man in uniform, a German man, maybe a colonel in a military uniform, who's sort of standing there kind of serious, sort of thin, a little bookish. Some sort of German military figure. It looks to you, looking at, you've seen these things where you've been here for a month. There are a lot of pieces that come through that are like trying to like boost people's reputation. This is clearly, it seems to you, some kind of boosting reputation story, but you don't know whose reputation is being boosted because he took it away from your desk. Just like you don't need to do this story, or this story doesn't need to be done, but there was some sort of story that was going to boost somebody, and you don't know who, but you know the person's face, that apparently he does not think you need to be doing. But he's nodding to you, and he goes, it's a good story. And he kind of gives you an assessment. He goes, I'm glad you're here. We've heard good things about you from Berlin, and we're lucky that you wanted to stay in the City of Light.
Jawohl. And then he would almost look longingly at the airbrushed picture of Elias and his Viper wife, and he would look at his new boss. Do they have a family? Children?
Oh, no, they've never had children. Apparently they've been trying, but I'm sure she's a good mother for the Reich, and as we know, the most important thing any woman could ever do for the Reich is to have many children. Oh, he says, he snaps.
He would say, and as he starts, he goes, that's exactly what I was thinking. It would be perfect for the story.
Well, I don't know if she will get some mothers at medal. And you would all know that the Reich at this point in time gives medals based on how many children women have, that if you have like 5 children, then you get a medal, like as if you were a soldier fighting for the Reich. So the more children you have, the more they like you. There's a whole thing about it. Mother's Day is very big. And they're like, yeah, no, I don't think she has. So don't mention the children, just makes them seem in love and young. And
jawohl.
And he sort of takes this other boosting piece and walks off, leaving you at your desk. Sylvie, the shop is pretty busy for quite a lot of the day until you get to the evening. People sort of come in and out, not too much. It's not a lot, but people start, like, a lot of times your shop is not that busy, but people start coming in and out because there's a big party and the assistant comes back in, other people come back in to start making logistics. And from what you can tell, it seems as if this is going to be at Lisette's chateau. That's where it's going to be held, that it's going to be there. Can I get from you an empathy?
Oh, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ever?
Mm-hmm.
It's so good.
Yeah.
She's so empathetic.
That is going to be worth a boost for you that you can use a little bit later.
Yay. On who? Who am I empathing to death?
Well, the problem is that there are some conflicting people coming to talk to you about this party and organize it, because it's not too much longer after they're gone that a man that you've seen before, who's actually not paying attention to you so much, the party planner who's in charge of the parties over at Lisette's place, comes to go and do some organization for flowers and all of that, and then kind of gets the sense that it's already been ordered. So you kind of get a sense there's a little bit of a power struggle over whose party this is over at Lisette's place. whether or not it's him or not it's Nicolette. So there's a little bit of a tension going on about the organization of this party, but that does open up a little bit of space, right? That means you're probably going to get some conflicting orders is what's going to happen. Like, because he wants this much, she wants that much, and there's going to be you get conflicting messages about what kind of flowers, how many, when you'll be there, and you note it. Right? You are very good with your empathy. Nobody gets upset with you, and you're able to smooth everything over. Either people know about it or they don't, but you get a sense that there are some gaps in this space.
Well, and I would imagine these gaps are perfect gaps to fill the areas of, if one party is like, what are these? How did these end up like this? Just be like, oh, I'm so sorry. This is what Nicolette had really, really wanted. I would hate to break her heart on such an important day. And if Nicolette's like, what are these? What are these? You'd be like, oh, well, the party planner assured me you would love these. I would be very upset with him.
And Tango, as you are rolling in towards the evening, maybe it's I don't know, at some point in time, you're not there at the nighttime just yet, but probably like maybe later, like early evening or so, you hear you're probably out back, perhaps, of the shop, unloading carts that you've loaded up. Maybe
I have a cigarette in my mouth, unloading carts, yeah.
And
I look over.
And there's Ziggy.
Zig.
He goes,
what do you got for me?
Pierre, I have got something you asked for. This is very good.
Which thing? Was it oh my God. Was the baby shower invitations that I asked you to get for me, or was it
pulls out
big thing?
A box. A ring box.
Oh, there we go.
Why don't you look at it? It's you give me her ring size. It was a little bit difficult to find the perfect thing, but I think she'll like it. And he hands you this ring box.
I'm going to look at him like, what do I owe you?
He goes, we're old colleagues. We're in business together, so this is not owing. This is, well, it is what it is. Although, we could talk about things later, some opportunities. By the way, I really need your help with this heist. There's some drugs coming in, and I thought your group might help with the stealing of the drugs.
All right. He's gonna take the ring box and put it in his pants pocket. And he's gonna look at him. Tell me about this heist.
I will tell you.
Who are we stealing from?
Some criminals who are not our friends, so they don't need it.
Okay.
It's a lot of heroin. It's a lot of heroin. Also, do you think I could sell the heroin outside of the shop?
Oh my goodness.
Because it's a perfect place.
It is a perfect place.
Put heroin packets in the flowers. No one's going to suspect this place.
Well, how much do you think we can get for this heroin?
A lot. A lot.
I don't like it. You know that, Ziggy.
But you're a family man now.
I told you to operate the heroin business outside of what we do, right? Outside of what we do.
Tango, Pierre, you also asked me to start building a criminal base. You don't get to be a criminal mastermind without dealing drugs, selling women, selling men, doing illegal things. That's what you do when you're a criminal empire. You do illegal things.
I get it, but heroin is just... I've seen it do terrible things to people. All right, so I have a moral obligation and all those things.
You have to work on this moral problem of yours. If you want...
a moral problem. Ziggy, you got to work on a moral problem.
Do you want some money or not?
You got to talk to me next week, Ziggy. I have a lot on my mind. And also, did you get more of those books?
I got some. Also, you have some sort of contact with some military intelligence, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I do.
Got to find a way into get some information from them.
What do you need?
They have a man, I think, who's a fence who deals with the black market over there and the sort of connected to military intelligence. You can find out who that is. That would be helpful because he's undercutting me all the time. Every time I try to sell guns or sell or buy gold,
we need to undercut his kneecaps. That's what we need to.
Yeah. So if you can find out who he is.
All right, I'll find out who he is, and we'll undercut him. Okay.
Yes.
You know what I mean.
Just find out more about him, because right now I'm having a really hard time getting some of the things I need for the organization, because he's everywhere, just buying everything, undercutting sales and all of that. So find out who this is.
Siggy, I never asked you this.
What?
Not once.
Okay. What?
Do you see anybody right now? Are you dating anyone? Like, is there a Mrs. Ziggy out there? Like, we never talk about this. I feel like it's always me, but it's never you.
I'm running some brothels right now. I can have as much sex as I want.
That's not what I asked. Is there somebody that you'd like to like take on a date? Like, go.
I don't know if you know this, but we're running a criminal organization together. It's very dangerous. Having some sort of love life right now would only put our love in danger.
No, it's called having a support system. And I was just looking for someone to double date because it's been really weird. We haven't been able to go on a double date lately. And you don't have anyone, and I can't introduce you to her until you have like a date. Okay. My point is that maybe you need to man up and get yourself.
Would you like a compel?
Yeah.
Just think about this. He says, look, here's the thing. We're probably going to be going into some sort of gang war. We've got Nazis everywhere, which is fine because I work some. I'm a little bit all right. But if you love someone, especially somebody who you don't want to get hurt, this is not the space for that. Because there are everywhere people who will find whoever you love, and they will hurt you with them. I mean, look at you. I mean, you saw what happened. You remember what happened a few years ago? You love someone and she shoots you in the back, frames you for murder, and, love is for someone who's either a sadist or a masochist. It is irresponsible. I would never have somebody who I love in this godforsaken place. This is a place for money and profit. It's not for love. If I love someone, they would probably die, and I wouldn't do that to them. So your compel is, your trouble aspect is that your friends are your world.
Oh, yeah.
And Ziggy is painting a picture wherein getting close to people, especially what you're doing, which is going to probably involve gang wars and the French Gestapo and all sorts of things like that. I mean, you already had the French Gestapo come in and shoot up your bar and kill people. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the compel, and you can just say no, there are some fate points out there to say no to, is that maybe what he's saying gets to you a little bit, and maybe it makes you a bit concerned or hesitant about these relationships you're currently having, especially to Sylvie.
Oh, he's having a trust but verify moment. He's having that suspicious. Everything's suspect right now. But he looks at Ziggy and goes,
let me put it this way. I will give you a fate point if you cause yourself relationship trouble with Sylvie because of your aspect, my friends are my world. Or you can give me a fate point and say no, that you will not be racked with self-doubt. And
is Ziggy a better friend than Sylvie? Come on.
I feel like, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you my fate point.
Thank you.
F you.
I'm just asking.
We have great communication.
Fate points are all about giving you trouble. I just want to know if you want it.
I want to say that out of nowhere,
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, now this is only from, I can't speak for Sylvie, and
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak for Rocket for role playing Sylvie and what Sylvie is actually feeling. I can say that from his point of view, like this is it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they have solid communication.
Mm-hmm.
Like who else is he going to find that he can
Yep.
like pretend seduce, not seduce, but also pretend make jealous? You know, like that whole scene that just happened. You don't find that in any other relationship outside of Tango and Sylvie. So,
also recognizing how dangerous that, like, just they say that, you know, danger is a bonding experience. Like, don't listen, don't go out and just put yourself in danger for that. But like, you know, but you know, difficult situations bring people together and stuff like that. And like, I feel like they're enough the same type of chaotic, but also have a lot of other things going well together that like I think it works.
So his bringing up some of your earlier insecurities does not work on you this time.
yeah, it doesn't. And I'm just going to look at him and be like, you know, the thing is, you don't get to pick and choose when you feel a certain way about somebody. Zygmunt.
You can't control your feelings, but you control your actions. I choose not to put people I love in danger. I wouldn't do that.
No, my point is...
Except for you. When he winks.
Okay. You know my past. Yeah. Look, she was already in danger when I got here, so that's not important, right? And he's just gonna awkwardly laugh. She was already in danger when I got here. The point is, we're doing this, and
he goes, "Oh, by the way,
I just was curious if we could do a double date, but we can't now because you don't love anything in your life because you have a deep and dark heart. So that's fine. We'll just keep playing cards in our own time on Mondays, and then Tuesdays we'll do mafia talk. Like that's it.
By the way,
right?
I can get you a really good wedding dress. I think it'll be her size as well.
I want her to pick her wedding dress, but I don't know what she has in mind for that. We haven't talked about it yet. We haven't talked about wedding. We haven't.
I'm just saying I could.
Is it weird that we haven't? I don't. She might reject me.
I'm gonna go work on the details of this heroin heist. So
I need you to work on the details of whether or not she's going to reject me.
Going to go work on heroin, and he starts walking off out of the inner courtyard.
She's going to reject me.
He says to no one in particular.
Yeah, and that's just going to echo out into the Paris streets.
And in the bunker, heading towards the evening, Regina is there.
Mm-hmm.
In the bunker.
She probably went to deliver the letter first.
Mm-hmm. Which... Hannah's in the bunker. Well, you know, she's...
Oh, she is in the bunker. She's not out in the out in the mines. Okay.
Well, the mines are connected, right? So it's like you can sort
Perfect.
Of, yeah,
That's great. Everything's in the same place.
Yep.
Okay. It's probably been quite a while.
Yep.
A week at least since Regina has been in the bunker.
Yep.
She doesn't knock, but she comes in the secret way, and I guess. What is Hannah doing?
Hannah's sitting at a desk, and she's like filling out paperwork. Really, like she's sort of like looking at charts. You know, she's
right.
Sort of like,
I knock on something, you know, nearby, like a barrel or something, to let her know I'm here without scaring her.
Oh,
you have a letter.
She goes to pick it up.
Falstaff has been checking your mail at the old address.
There's no return address, but it's got like the kind of the gold frame. She opens it up.
Seems fancy.
It's an invitation. You can tell that just by looking at the card once it's opened up. And she opens up the invitation. And her face seems complicated.
Can I Everything all right?
I've been invited to a party by my old friend.
Party? What party?
Coco Chanel, she's invited me to a party. She's been,
Whose party?
this woman who's been apparently trying to find me for a while.
Yes, what's her name?
Jaeger. Nicolette Jaeger.
Nicoletta? Yeah. Do you remember me telling you about my ex?
Yes. I've seen her. Well, to be fair, you did not tell me much about her.
Okay, well, what if I was to tell you that that is her?
I thought your ex was in Germany.
She's not anymore. Her husband is stationed here.
Oh.
He's taking on the new head of Gestapo. The job is open thanks to some local rebellion.
Well, if
You should,
if she needs...
Yes, I know. You will help her. You don't have to say it. And if she's... And if she uses you to get to me, then what? She's poison. I am trying to find out more information as to why she's seeking your services, though I imagine it's pretty obvious. She is either pregnant or is having issues. One of the two is valuable information. I will be attending that party.
And you can tell she is struggling. You can know this, that what is she, that she is about to formulate something that is really very, very difficult. I would... If it meant I will not treat her. I do not want the woman you love in London to be without you, and I would not want to cause you harm, so I will not go.
Thank you. Regina's had a really hard day. This is all really hard. Everyone is gathering here tonight at sundown. I'd like you to be here for something.
All right. She looks at you. Are you being deceptive or trying to hide your feelings? Because she picked up a tone, so she's trying to check you out.
Don't think that I don't think that she's trying to be deceptive. I think Regina is trying really hard to stay focused and maintain a level of emotional maturity, which is a struggle right now. And her getting an invitation, this is a cherry on top of a melting ice cream.
Will or deceive. If you're wanting to hide your feelings from her, that would be deceive.
Here's the thing. If I feel like she's trying to read me, Regina's going to hide her feelings.
She just noticed that tone, so she's looking at you to try to figure out what's up with you.
Then I will probably roll deceive.
Yep.
Okay.
She will choose to succeed at a cost. Minor cost. It's discover action. So she will ask you, oh, something's wrong. And she steps forward, sort of just out of habit. And she'll put her hand on your forearm in a way to sort of try to be comforting because she sees that you seem to be upset. And she'll say, something's wrong, what is it? The question that I would ask is she wants to know what's wrong. In this moment. Like in this, like...
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a lot. In this moment, what's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I think a single tear probably breaks down Regina's face and she says, what's wrong? My ex-lover. She is now here. She walked into the flower shop today. She attempted to seduce Tango, make Sylvie jealous. I am supposed to be the leader of this group. And instead, I hid in the back and cried when she was in the room over from me. Then, to top it all off, I receive a letter on my way out the door, which I just delivered to your hands. The woman that... Things are difficult right now, and she is a problem. I am living inside of a Nazi building. There are flags everywhere. I have to look at Hitler's poorly done water paintings every night. I don't sleep. Oscar and I spend most of the time talking, trying to cope with our surroundings. And I have been informed that she is, for whatever reason, seeking you out, and the optimist in me says that she is pregnant. Congratulations. The realist in me says that she is hunting you down to use you as leverage to continue to break me, and it's working. That is what is wrong with me. So now, the crew is going to meet, and I have something I'd like to share.
Regina, there's nothing wrong with you. And crying is not a sign of bad leadership. It's a sign of strength.
It is, when the enemy is out front feeding on your cell.
If you'd gone out there, what would have happened?
I don't know.
Probably nothing good.
Nothing more than the predicament she's put Tango and Sylvie in.
They are strong. If there's anything I know about Sylvie, is that she can handle social difficulties.
Well, I'll tell you, this will be her match.
Regina, we never spoke of this, because you don't share your feelings or thoughts.
I shared. Now, then.
Let me ask. Did she break your heart?
Yes.
Is she the reason why? And she kind of makes this gesture, which is like all of this, but you probably think in this moment she's in the bunker with you, not in the mines, and sort of like all of that you've had going on between you two for all of that time. Like that's kind of like a more expansive gesture.
I'm not sure I know how to answer that. She might be the reasons that I have intimacy problems.
Well, I will break my oath to keep you safe.
I would never ask you to do that.
But I've already agreed.
Then you'll definitely want to be around for this evening. I think you'll find it rather interesting.
I think I need a bit of time. And when you look at her, you can see that the color has drained from her face. She seems distressed in a way, but she's holding it together clearly because that's what she does. But you can tell that this was difficult in a different way than it was before. And I think we will end the episode that evening, the 7th. Takes a while before everyone can get there. It's very late. And Luke is there, of course. He's up there tinkering as everybody's sort of gathering. And you're about to sort of tell the things, you know? You've got this thing that you want to tell the group. Charlie's there. Hannah is there. Luke is there. All of our crew. And Luke got here early. He was trying to do something to show you all something cool that he was working on before everybody got there. He has set up a radio so that you can actually hear the radio, but he's not that good with electronics. He's been trying, and you're in a basement. He's been trying to figure out how to get reception so you can hear the local radio, and he's not doing great at it because that is not a skill that he really has, but he's been trying real hard to get the radio to work, and he's not been, let's see, maybe he'll do well, but I doubt it because he does not have the skill. That is not, so you see him. It's probably, it's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, and he's got this radio that he has gotten somewhere. He got it from somewhere, and he's trying to like set up this radio to get it to work. Oh, Regina, it's not good. It's real bad. Like he's taking things apart.
I say, hey, that's actually really, really close. Can I help you?
I wanted to be a surprise.
Well then we should do it quickly. They'll be here soon.
Okay. Oh.
So instead of this, I don't want him to make him think like he failed, that he was much closer than he thought he was, right? Because like effort's everything.
And you're able to fix it. It's the thing, he has a problem with, it's kind of like a physical dyslexia. He has a problem with like orders of things. So he had things like the wrong space. But it's not too long before you can actually get this radio working, and I will give you an aspect for that you have this radio. When
hot damn.
Everybody's sort of like coming in, and he's tuning it, the radio, so you can have some music, something nice to be pleasant so you can feel better. And as you all sort of walk in to gather in for this thing that Regina is going to say, he tunes the music, and it is this wonderful jazz coming off of Radio Paris. Sylvie, would you like to make a roll, or would you just... I feel like you don't need to, but you can if you want. Make performance singing, but you don't have to, I'll just tell you. But if you want to make a roll, you can.
What kind of role are you thinking?
Performance sing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to make the roll, I'll just tell you. But maybe you'll fail it. Yeah, nope, you didn't fail it.
No failing.
It's St. Louis Blues.
Oh.
And it's your arrangement.
What?
It's your arrangement. On Radio Paris, the Nazi propaganda channel. And as you're filing in, it's your song, and the words are not the original words. They're words talking about the reasons why it's this whole thing about how Americans are not to be trusted because they will come over and steal your women and rape them. And the last thing you want to do is trust any kind of Americans with their jazz and their degeneracy. And it's basically anti-American propaganda to sort of sow discord between the British and the Americans.
Well, that's festive.
And it's your music that's doing this. It's your arrangements that's doing it. And the singer is copying your sound. She sounds like you. She uses your inflections, the way that you sing. We remember when you sang at that party, it was really effective, it was really powerful, it was really good. And she is copying you exactly how you sang at that party. And she's turning what you did, your art, into something gross. And I imagine perhaps this might be when Regina would say her thing.
So,
except that's when the broadcast is interrupted. And there's breaking news. This is Radio Paris. Breaking news. Our Japanese allies have struck a blow against the Americans. They have bombed Pearl Harbor. They have made a great blow destroying American fleets and ships. And they have done this because the Americans are, and there's this whole big tirade about how the Americans are oppressive and they're funding our enemies and they are like, the worst. But now we on this side of righteousness have struck a blow against the Americans that will surely back them down. And there's a whole discussion about 1818 European time is when it hit, and I will just say there's a lot of anti-American propaganda happening. A lot of anti-American propaganda happening as they describe the destruction of Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. And it's all framed in the most heroic way. They destroyed so many boats. They demoralized the Americans. The Americans will never get involved. And with this sort of sound of the war coming to especially our Americans, that's what we're going to call the episode.
Oh, man. Man, it makes what Regina wants to do even better.
And we'll find out next week what that is, I think.
No, you won't, because Phil won't be here.
Oh, that's right.
Do you want me to do it now?
Yeah, you
have to do it. But just a second.
No, you have to do it now because we've got duo episodes coming up. Yeah.
This is perfect then.
Yeah, we have to do
Regina
it now.
just tells Luke, she just says, turn it off.
He turns it off.
I do want to say, after when Sylvie hears that song happening and then the whole thing about Pearl Harbor, she turns around and just immediately starts throwing up. Like, she just starts vomiting everywhere.
Hannah comes to your side immediately because she is your doctor.
Regina reaches behind her and pulls out a hat box. Tonight, the Nazis showed us what they are made of. Oscar, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine that the head of Gestapo and his wife are looking for a very respectable welcome to this city.
They are not looking for it, they demand it.
Well, considering the fact his wife is not, respectable. And I lift the lid and I pour the pictures out. in front of everybody.
Sylvie, before she totally
Pause.
before
Will you
she comes
describe
back
these pictures that
This
are
is
tossed out onto the floor?
A mass series of Polaroids of that woman in risque and boudoir photography that was between her and Regina.
Sylvie, as she starts to pick herself back up from having thrown up, she's going to be picking up the pictures and looking at them.
There is some nudity. There's some not nudity. There's.
You're my best friend. I can't.
Wait. Regina's not done. She says, I imagine there was, how many planes attacked Pearl Harbor, Trooper?
Oh.
Do you know how many? Anybody in chat? No, it doesn't matter. X number. I imagine.
Quite literally, I've actually been on a World War II documentary thing, so I should know this answer.
100 plus? Okay.
Yeah.
Regina says, our total number for every plane that dropped a bomb on Pearl Harbor, we will release one of these photos to the general public. We will
183, by the way.
183. I imagine there are like hundreds, 300-400 photos, like a hat box full of them.
Because you were dating for a long time.
Right. So Regina says, one for every plane that bombed Pearl Harbor.
There was also more than one wave, so.
We're going to take them. We're going to take them to the press. We'll print them. And we'll flyer them across this city. They want propaganda. We will give it to them. The rest of them, we burn. Pick out your favorites, everyone. Laugh while you can.
Oscar already has picked out the one that shows her face the most, but also shows other elements. He holds it up and he says, I think I will show this to my new boss.
Good. Maybe he'll like it. I imagine he doesn't get much of it at home.
I wouldn't know that. We are not. I haven't been over to his home yet.
Trust me. If he's living with her, she's not giving it to him.
No, I meant my boss.
Right. Start picking them out, everyone. The rest of them, and Regina lights up a flame. Burn them. I have a feeling it'll make us all feel better.
And Sylvie is back down. She's just rifling through them, and she's just gonna. And she's all puffy looking because she just got real sick. But she's like, Regina, you're my favorite.
I pet her head a little bit, and I'm like, go ahead, you first into the burner.
And she's just kind of scooping through these pictures.
Regina kind of lets that out, and she go and leans on a wall and watches them go through this and have this moment, right? And Regina starts to smoke, and she just says, take that leadership, take that Falstaff.
Regina, you might catch Hannah's eye on the other end of the basement. She's not participating in going through these photographs of your ex.
I appreciate that, but she wanted to be here.
She is crying. As everybody's going through these photographs,
I go over to her then. I imagine that she's actually crying.
She walks away. So, as you start approaching her, she goes back out of she leaves to go back down into the mines.
Fine. She's used to her not wanting to be.
She looks hurt, is what I would say. And it does not look like she wants you to see it. But she steps in. She steps down. And that's where we're going to call it for tonight. So, everyone, that's the end of this episode. For the next 2 episodes, we're going to have our duo episodes. Next week is Tango and Oscar together having some moments. And the week after will be Sylvie and Regina together having some moments. I'll be very excited to see how these 2 duos you've got some time before this party is going to happen, and I'll be interested to see what you're all going to be doing in the meantime. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah. Hannah took a success at a cost to learn what was up with you, and that there is a cost for her. There's a cost for her, and she will take that cost. So, first off, I would like to thank everyone who has donated today to help pay the cost for our cast. And one of the reasons why I appreciate it is because I torture them, and I feel like they should have some compensation for the emotional damage that I do them every week, that they ask for, I suppose, in their own way. So your turn, my turn. I want to thank you for those 100 bits with Not Like This. Rissa has donated 1,000 bits, who said, so much tension tonight, so much drama, so many feels. That is true. Also 500 bits that says, best revenge plan. Your turn, my turn.
Some people may disagree with you.
Some
and Regina.
Yeah. 100 bits from your turn, my turn. Thank you so much. Also, Willen has just donated 100 bits that says, I love this shop you got, and what an ending. Thank you. So let us go around and have our outros. I would like you to say who you are. I would like you to say where we can find you. I would like you to give some love to somebody else. And when I say give some love, I would like you to give some comfort. I would like you, no, not love, comfort. I would like you to give comfort to one of your fellow players after this very tense thing. So just give them like comforting love, as it were. Let us start where we stopped. We're going to go backwards. Dot, you first. Who are you? Where we can find you? And give some comforting love to one of your fellow players.
Okay, I am Little Red Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot, doing all kinds of things. This weekend, though, I'm going to be over at Gen Con's Showcase Online. Trooper's going to be helping with that, too, because he's my best friend and helping me out with some... Yeah, he's helping out. So here we are, doing Gen Con Spring Showcase. You should check that out this weekend. Where they're going to be like, showcasing all kinds of new... like TTRPG stuff and games and board games, and so it'll be over there on the Twitch. That's where you can find it. Other than that, you can find me doing all kinds of things. I do a lot of producing, mostly for Kobold Press, and right now I'm on this big podcast stint with the VTM podcast Stitch of Fate, so you should check that out. That is me.
Comforting love.
Comforting love.
Mm-hmm. Give somebody a big virtual hug, one of your fellow players.
Okay, I really have to give a big-ass virtual hug to both Greg and Oscar tonight. Because I think there was something interesting that, like, developed between them. And, like, Regina felt comfortable enough to break multiple times, I think, in front of Oscar. And then so we would come in and be like, no. You know? And then Oscar, she'd go away, and then she would blubber again because she feels comfortable with him. And there's something about that. And so Oscar was of great comfort to Regina tonight in an interesting way, which I thought was unexpected, was very unexpected. All of it tonight was unexpected, so there was nothing I could have planned for, but I feel like that was really, it was an interesting development in the friendship.
Mm-hmm. So, Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? And give like a virtual hug to one of your fellow cast members.
Absolutely. My name is Greg Grimjack. I am not online, but I'm taking the opportunity to, Dot mentioned a podcast. My son has been running a multi-year podcast from when he was in middle school, and now he is a freshman in high school. It is called the Awkward Teenagers Podcast, and you may find it at Pod Awkward on Twitter. He and his friend address all of the highlight and news clippings, topics of the day, and view it through the lens of a teenager. And he's done a fantastic job. They are on the precipice of having some fantastic announcements coming up soon. If you wouldn't mind just jumping over on their Twitter and throwing them a follow, that would be super, and I would appreciate it immensely. Plus, they're great kids, and the content is fantastic. Who would I give love to today? I'm going to throw it back at Dot because having the chance to have the Germans show something, I guess, is, Oscar doesn't have a chance to do so, and he has never really had a chance to talk about what happened with Mel.
Yeah.
And this was the only time that he was even
he admitted it. That he even admitted it.
Yep. And so I love the character of Oscar in the way that you loved the doomed character that you immediately meet in movies and books.
Yep.
And I think that's what also draws me to Regina. And we've had numerous kind of fatalistic conversations. But that aside, tonight was a nurturing one on both sides. And I appreciated it very much.
Me too.
We're going to go to Stiver, who has not yet looked at the ring. But I suppose you will next week.
Yeah, I'm sure next week I'll look at the ring.
Who are you? Where can we find you?
We'll get there. My name is James Stiver. Hello, everybody. You can find me all things Stiver. Just Google my name. I mean, I'm out there. I'm pretty sure, like Greg, though, soon I will disappear from the world. So, yeah, I'm gonna take some much needed social media time off soon, and we'll see how long. But outside of that, yeah. Oh, and I just want to go and do a shout out. Me and Fox do a stream on Mondays, which is Cyberpunk Red. It is delightful. It is a cyberpunk soap opera, a gang soap opera. And it is every bit where I told them beforehand, just ham it up, just do as much ham as you can possibly do, because this is a soap opera. I want that soap opera moment. And everyone is shipped off, and everyone has someone they care about that I, as a DM, am trying to kill vigorously. So it is wonderful. It has been absolutely a delight. And some love. Wow. I guess I should also give some love to, at this point, Fox, because I think it was just great role play to just feed off of Tango and their relationship, that they are just that secure in it, that they're just like, no, it's cool. I got you, boo. I'm going to just go seduce somebody and you're going to be cool with it. And she just like fake cries and goes in the back like, oh no, it's cool. It's just Tango doing Tango things, right? And I'm sure we're going to have to deal with the fallout where Tango really isn't going to. Oh, this puppy.
One day, let me tell you something. Somebody told me one time. One day that puppy will be a dog, and it will be awesome.
But that puppy is a puppy right now, and it's destroyed lamps. It's tried to chew on glass. It's destroying everything, and I love it so much. Anyways, but I just think it's been great role play where Fox, and I love her adding to the mythos of the Tango and Sylvie relationship dynamic, where she's just cool. They're just so cool with everything going on right now. And I don't know if that's like in everyday life they would have been, but right now in war-torn Paris, they are just like, they are on point. I don't know. But I love it. So hey, thank you. All right, so that's it for me. I'm going to mute myself so you don't hear my dog terrorizing my life.
And Rocket, who are you? Where can we find you, and give some comforting love to one of your fellow players?
Hello. I am Rocket Fox, and I'm here, there, everywhere. Behind you in the mirror when you close the medicine cabinet, I will be there.
Rocket Fox, Rocket Fox, Rocket Fox. Say it 3 times.
That's right. Now I'm there. I'm everywhere. As heard so recently, Monday nights over on my channel, we are doing Cyberpunk Sonata based on the Cyberpunk Red system. And we did this week. We had some feels, some feeling feels. It was good. It was some good stuff. But it's also, I did want to add in that it's a gang soap opera, but it's also as if that just like face first crunched into a Saturday morning cartoon.
Nice.
A really weird one that they don't show on like public channels. So that
It's like G.I. Joe meets a soap opera.
But how big are the shoulder pads?
Real big.
So big.
Okay.
Real big.
Yeah.
So
and
big.
they light up.
Oh,
But
okay.
many lights, yes.
I hope in neon.
And LED and just like flash.
If Dot's wearing them, they are.
There would be a seizure warning if you were to look directly into them. But aside from that, I'm over on my channel other days, but then on Thursday afternoons, I am on Weave the Tales channel for Mora Ravenwood Academy, where this week I successfully turned organs into bees. Yay!
Congratulations!
Thank you. I felt so good about that. But it's like a collegiate Breakfast Club meets Harry Potter situation. I'm pretty much just going to describe everything I do as just combinations of two things. And yes, bees. Turn them into bees and sent the college student away to live in his new bee-filled body. And it was certainly consensual. So aside from that, I also been doing a couple podcast things. My own podcast is Fantastically Strange. If you're interested in weird science, history, just weird shit, check it out. It's on all of the podcasting sites out there. And I'm super happy that recently I was accepted into Stone Soup. So I'm going to be on that one we're starting to record in mid-March. So that's going to come out soon thereafter.
Nice.
But the premise there is it's basically like a D&D group, a fantasy world based thing, but after everyone's retired and trying to settle down, so very excited about that one. And as far as throwing hugs, which is my favorite way to administer them, I am also going to throw some love back to Tango. I loved the picking up of the torch to deal with this creature woman thing. And I like how he was both willing to take that on and engage with that, but also in various other moments turn around and just be like, I don't like it. So really establishing that checking back in, which I think is really really important to good communication when you are out there and saving your significant other from a psychopath by way of picking them up instead and taking them on an adventure. So I think that was awesome. And also the switching between moving guy and half smile guy. Haven't really picked a name for that one yet, but also I did want to throw some love to Hannah this time around. I mean, Hannah every time around, but Hannah this time around too. Like my heart is crumbling into many little pieces and just floating away. So many thrown hugs over to Trooper as well, because every character I either desperately love or desperately hate, and that is real intense, but also a super big marker of someone who is able to really create not only an amazingly in-depth world that is very deep and complex, but a lot of characters that are very deep and complex, all of which who feel very unique, very individualized, and every time we move from one NBC to the next, I always know exactly who we're working with, who we're talking to, and that is hugely amazing. Trooper, looking right at you. So, and also being able to go straight from like, Hannah, I love you so much. Don't cry. I want to embrace you. Nicolette, I will slice your face off like a deli meat, you know. So like being able to jump that that quickly back and forth from the same person is truly a feat. So huge hug thrown aggressively in your direction. And that is me.
Oh, I'm troopersjp. I'm your GM. I have been, and I want to, thank my players for going there and being present and like committing, and thanking the chat for being present as well. We have been building our way to Pearl Harbor, and we're here now. And spoiler, it's not gonna be great for Americans expats in Paris. Once the United States declares war. Cool. So, just noting it. But next...
Hey, luckily, we're all French here.
It's true. Luckily, you're no longer in American guises, because that would have been awkward for you all. But I will just say, first off, important... Oh, I should say where you can find me all that, but... yes, I'll do that. You can find me... What is today? Friday? Tomorrow, you can find me at noon over on my channel playing The Outer Worlds. Then I've got a Gen Con thing, and then I have got Fate of Cthulhu Saturday night at 6 p.m. over at Weave the Tale. And on Sunday, you can find me at... That's offline. And then the middle one is Into the Southlands, and that will be at 5 p.m. over at Kobold Press. And then at 8 p.m. over on Praxagora the Smophoria, you can find me playing in The Romance of the Blue Rose. And then you won't find me again until Wednesday. We'll be back on that channel playing The Witcher. And then I'll tell you more there. Yeah, that's where you can find me. That's all great. I want to give my love to each of the characters. Can I just say this thing? This like the little thing. I was like, not me, but Nicolette had a plan, which involved having a conversation with Regina. That plan, if these photos go out, will be different. And that was a surprise and very exciting. Tuesday? Oh my gosh, Prax. Yes, thank you, Prax. It's a special event. Tuesday at noon or 1 p.m. Prax, is it, what's in my calendar? Noon. Yes, noon. Eastern Standard Time, which means it'll be awesome for Europeans. Praxagora the Smophoria and I are going to have another colloquium. We got to do them a little bit earlier over the summer. We haven't had one for a while. We're probably going to sit and talk about nerdy academic things. Who knows which ones? Probably all of them for some hours. So you should all come and hang out and talk with us about nerdy things. Praxagora the Smophoria, if you do not know her, is a classicist, not a classist. She's an expert in classical history and game designer, and we're going to just talk super nerd stuff. Who knows where we'll go, but it'll be pretty awesome. And thank you for my cast. Thank you for, by the way, exposing the photos. Didn't see that one coming, but it's perfect.
I knew, that's why I was like, Trooper, I think you're going to want to let me say this piece.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I was like, ooh, well now. That's going to change some tactics, won't it? Because some tactics clearly won't work anymore if that happens, but others might. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited. So if you'd like to support the show, support all of our players, and follow them, see their stuff, give them love. Otherwise, you can join our Discord and sort of come to our chat and chat about the show. You can be a member of our Patreon, which goes and supports the RPGs here. You can tip and bit, as people have done. You can follow. You can hype. Do the hyping. You can hype the stuff. So thank you, everybody. I want to shout out Willen, who has been giving me recaps of the episodes to make it much easier for me to put those recaps on our website, which is going to go live real soon. But I wanted to wait until after this episode because our players get a breakthrough, as does Bricktops. So that's a level up for them. And then we're going to go and have some duo episodes. And I'm really excited to see what the boys will get up to next week, and then what the gals will get up to the week after that. So
I was about to say, I have a feeling the gals might be up to.
Who knows? It'll probably be ridiculous. Redonk. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your support. And take care of yourself. And hydrate. Stretch your legs. And we will see you. We will catch... Oh, wait. I believe our title, by the way, is going to be The Viper in the Garden. That's the title for the episode. Thank you for those who suggested it. Because that's pretty brilliant. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Take care of yourself, everybody. Good night.